Playing that song very well today. Switch songs? Oh, okay. Alright. The Hatch? Alright, let's see what we got. I'm guessing, Gerardo. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm guessing the song. I don't know how to play that. That's just guessing. One more and then we start. She's out of tune on the low strings, man. Drop C? Drop C? Who are you? Why am I friends with you? Drop C. Drop A sharp? Ew. Doom metal gang? Ugh. Oh, he listens to script. Ready? I sound like I'm choking on a carrot. I got something stuck in my throat and it hurts my throat when I sing. Drop D or riot? Oh, drop D. Oh, come on. Let's fight the system, man, through corporate advertising. I'm on a work call. I can't cry right now. Cookie Monster Rock. Cookie Monster Rock. You ever watch There? I Ruined It? No, but I hate you all. Oh, all right, all right. 20-somethings talking about politics. Sorry. There's a 1950s doo-wop version of Down with the Sickness. Oh, nice. Nice, that's awesome. Oh, boy. Killing in the name of... I don't know how to... You need to play Drop D for Killing in the Name of, but it's like... How does it go? And then it goes. It doesn't sound right because it's not drop D. Something like that. Tom Morello is God. Killing in the name of...
That with drop D. Speaking of rage, have you seen the new Matrix movie? I haven't, dude, actually. Yeah. Not sure if it's bad because it's not drop D or it's DJ playing the wrong notes. I've never played that song ever before in my life. I'm guessing, you dick. I think we're out of tune just a little bit anyway. No, it's close. Well, guess gooder! Alright. What's planned for After Space News? My summer car. My summer car. There you go, Jared. You taking a break from Satisfactory? No, not officially. I'm just... just trying to get it done. I should have quit you long time ago. All right, that's enough guitar. I should have listened. You're satisfied. Chopsticks, let's go. Can you do YYZ? Ahem. 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 Like that. You see Tim's interview with Jared about Polaris? I haven't, no. Nope. Not at all. I gotta learn to play that part, dude. And the EJ streams in the night. Give me some hanging a new open the range microwave music. Oh, over the range. I got you. Last song. Yeah, I got this. Let's see if I remembered how to play it. Oh, I just knocked over a bunch of things. I knocked over my hat collection. And the wasp killer. Can't have that. And my short headphone cable came unplugged again. That's nice. Need a longer headphone cable, man. I forgot how to play this one. There we go. You told me the world didn't end. Yes, that's right. You gonna give us an outline for the new ideas you've been formulating? No, those aren't ready yet. We're building chopsticks. Building chopsticks today. All right. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Everybody doing just fine. Apparently, they found a new crypt tomb in Egypt. The mummy. This is a pun, isn't it? The mummy they found inside was covered in chocolate offerings and nuts of various sizes. They think it's a Pharaoh Roche. I need some more ear bleach. I see your Pharaoh Roche and raise you Pharaoh Mach. Oh, shoot! Get the frick up! Bum, 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 bum. Simon says, get the frick up! Throw your hands to the sky. Whoa, 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 whoa. I very unironically love that song. That song's amazing. Amazing. Y'all know the name. Pharaoh freaking Mach, ain't a damn thing changed. Now you do what they told you. Chief, one time I was playing Killing in the Name Of. It was like circa like 2004. And it, honestly, like, I knew Rage before 2004. I listened to Battle of Los Angeles with my older cousin in the car at baseball camp in like 1996 or something. And we were blasting, I mean, it's not that the song isn't on that album, but we were blasting Bulls on Parade. So I knew what Rage was, but I'd never heard Killing in the Name Of until like 2004. I was like 16 or something. And I heard it on San Andreas for the first time, right? And then I was playing it as through illegally obtained music at the time. And I was blasting it in my room, and my dad came in, and he's like, turn this freaking music off. This music sucks. This music sucks. These guys suck. Rage sucks. And it was right at the part where it's like, frick you, you won't do what you tell me. And I just turned it up. Yeah, it didn't end well. It was like, frick you, I won't do what you tell me. Frick you, I won't do what you tell me. And he's like, stop swearing. That actually happened. That's not made up, dude. Got my ass beat, man. Yeah. He's like, shut up, this music sucks. This music's terrible. Listen to good music. I'm good, Lava Eagle. How are you? You saw Rage live in '98. Nice. Did I ever tell you about how my dad had to listen to my Good Charlotte CD before I could listen to? Oh, now that didn't happen. That didn't happen with me, Primo. But I naturally kind of worked my way to Led Zeppelin, and my taste in music. But I talked about it briefly yesterday. Here, I'm gonna fire up KSP while we're doing this. I talked about it briefly yesterday, man. I really like gangster rap. Seriously, I like my rock music just as much as the next guy, right? But I really like gangster rap, like old school, hard stuff. You know what I'm saying? I really like that. That stuff's amazing. Like my dad during a halftime show was like, "What is this? I don't understand what this is. What is this? Who are these guys? I don't know what these guys. I'm like, Dad, these guys have been around for like 30 years. I don't know who they are. This freaking suck. I'm like, yeah, okay. He's like, Eminem, that's a candy, right? I'm like,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I was into it though. Yeah, pretty much. I was like, this is great. Pray a 9-month resub. So there's something to discuss during Space News. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, Fistus. Yeah, it happens. Does your dad listen to Clapton? Yeah, my dad likes blues. The old blues guy. Really likes blues a lot. And you know what? I like that music too, to be honest. Like, it's music that I grew up with. Suppressed memories? Nah. Does your dad listen to Clapton? Yeah, Ponzister, he does. Clapton's amazing, dude. Cream is awesome. I love, dude. Their first record is fantastic. Fantastic. Ozzy, 27 months, and then version with the Tier 2 63 first. Thanks for the bits the other day, man. I do appreciate it. I was more into the convertibles than the music. That's they had a 63 and two 64s. 64. Rolling my 6.4, man. Why didn't they get the cars bouncing, man? Somebody got to hit the switch. So the thing's like with the music, man. That would have been sick. No, the cars are bouncing around because some dingbat's dancing on the friggin' hood. I'm like, no, bounce the car. What are you doing? Yeah, we're making chopsticks. Let's do it. I'm like, oh, man. Oh, come on. Missed opportunity, dude. 1990, I bought my first cassette, Somewhere in Time by Iron Maiden. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. He got the tape and threw it in the garbage can? But Maiden's awesome. Yeah, hey, it is what it is. It's not my music. But then again, I'm kind of the same way with, like, mumble rap and stuff. I hate it. I can't stand it. No coherency. It's very, very shallow music. It's just, look at this girl. I screwed this girl. Then I got in my car and counted my money. I'm like, oh, that's good. It's really good music, man. Look at this thing. I got this thing. I make funny noise. I make funny noise. I like making this noise. So I'm gonna keep making noise. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on here. What is that? What is that? Harry Mack, right? Like that noise is just everywhere. You ever notice that? It's just all over the place. I first noticed it that it's in Michael Jackson's records too. It's in Beat It. Just beat it. I'm like, what is that? I don't understand that noise. I don't understand that. Have you heard any UK hip hop? No, not really. Last. Oh. Are you covering the Starship cryo test? Yeah, maybe. Starship's orbital 90-minute trip is today? No, Ken. No. Yeah. No, I don't. I'm gonna go boomer on that one, dude. I don't understand it. But when I say I don't understand it, I'm not trying to be ignorant to it. Keep an open mind with music. That's the thing that I've learned. But I seriously don't understand. I don't understand what's happening. No one does. Maybe that's the point. That's a very Gen Z thing to do. Absurdist humor with no point. Just I like making noise. I have noise. Look at this noise. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All right, anyway. Let's get these chopsticks going. Shall we? Absurdist humor is the greatest. I love it and I don't know why. Yeah, Kelly, I like my absurdist humor too. I like juxtaposition. Juxtaposition is hilarious to me. And I'm not talking like, oh man, this person has a weird habit. I'm talking about making people feel incredibly awkward until to the point where they're like embarrassed. Yeah, like really awkward. Like Tim and Eric awkward, or like MDE awkward, like that. Yeah, that's the type of humor that I think is really funny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. That's what I enjoy. I enjoy that a lot. I have a mouth and a tongue. Yeah, right. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. 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 I slept for like 10 to 11 hours and I feel gross. Dude, that's something that I'm actually So, okay. I changed my sleep schedule in 2022. I changed it. You notice how I've been pretty much on time for every stream, like maybe a couple minutes late at best, right? And I've kept that streak going for almost 2 months now. And I don't plan on stopping. Part of what I do is like, okay, so what I used to do is not get a lot of sleep during the week. Like maybe 4, 5, 6 hours, right? Maybe at best. And then on the weekends, I try to make up that sleep deficit. And that used to work, and then it stopped working. And then I lost control of everything, and I was hours late for streams at the end of 2021. I didn't like that at all. So maybe this is just EJ becoming an old fart. It probably is. I just try to get 8 hours of sleep, 7 to 8 hours of sleep every night, no matter what. So like on the weekends, if I sleep in, I feel like trash. Like I feel terrible. Just terrible. Yeah, no, I feel lazy, unproductive, and then I just don't feel good getting that much sleep. Yeah, I think getting old is what's going on there. Washed plus L plus ratio. Why don't you ratio these tanks, boy? It's a Dr. Evil rocket. Ratio these fuel tanks, boy. Welcome to old age. So yeah, if I get 7 to 8 every night, dude, I'm good now. Like, cumulatively, I'm getting the same amount of sleep. It's just at different times. What hair dye do you use? Hair dye. Why would I dye my hair when it's falling out? Look at this, man. Look at this. Marty, look at me. I'm an old man. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Still look good, though. Hey, what's up? I still don't know what ratio means at this point, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask. Oh, God. Ratio means, so like, if somebody tweets something, right, and somebody replies with ratio, if that ratio gets more likes, that's the good way to say you're wrong. What is this?
Just try it.
Is this a spring roll?
It's a Reuben spring roll.
That's pretty tasty.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. There's 3 more of them in the kitchen.
That's pretty tasty. I'm just not really hungry right now. I'll just put that over there, and I will eat that during break. Thanks, now you're deboomer. It's basically downvoting stuff, because nobody can put downvotes on anything nowadays, dude, because nobody can handle criticism. EJ not hungry? I know, it's strange. Of course, Furs. I don't know. X did it? Rest, I made it funny. So you didn't get that Keep sponsor? No. Nor do I really want one. I mean, Bone Sister, I'm not going to lie. If this gets out of hand and I have to do a Scott Manley, then I'll probably do something about it. To be 100% real with you. I don't need the shaved head beard look, dude. Everybody does that. Everyone does that. I don't need to do that. Yeah, I don't need to do that. If you need a hat, I got you, dude. My hat collection is on point right now. No, I'm good. Just shave all the hair on the face. Nah. Mustache, man. So, I'll do something about it if it gets to be that a big problem, but yeah, no. All right, so chopsticks, let's go. I'm gonna use the search function and search engineering mode to see what we can find. I think I'm getting sick. I just hard sneezed 3 times in a row. So illness, okay. You know, you should probably get yourself tested just in case, but also I think it's important to be cognizant that there are other things around. Like, you know, if you're getting sick, you might just have a cold. Don't get me wrong, still make sure. Might just have a cold. Dude, I got sick 3 or 4 months ago. I lost my voice. Got laryngitis. I don't know what the hell that was. It wasn't COVID though. I got something else. Maybe strep throat or something. I don't know. But whatever I had, Brimo didn't get it, and it was just me, and I was like, ah, for like a month. So, yeah, I mean, it's most likely allergies, but I've been run down all week. Yeah. Get a comb over with giant bifocals and a mustache without a beard. Nobody's daring enough to go for that style anymore. Oh, the Thomas Edison look? Yeah, we could do that. That'd be sweet. I actually don't mind this, even with the hair going away. It's kind of cool. Kind of got a rugged thing going on. That's pretty neat. I like that. Dude, as I get older, I like the side part. The side part is pretty dope. It's pretty cool. I look like a dad. Yeah, whatever. Or a cop. Yep. We got an MO on those perps. Yep. Give me another donut and another coffee. Oh, shit. All right. So, no chopsticks. I don't know what I would have named this. Here, hold on. We gotta do this. Go with the George Washington look? No, I'm good. Didn't you put together a tower prototype? I thought I did. I don't know what I named it, dude. I have no idea. Gonna have to figure that one out. How you deal with controlling choppers and Starship at the same time? I'm just making the chopsticks, Sanchai. Which means lifting something up. That's all. Alright, let's see if I can still do this. Spaceship launch pad. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and say that this is probably the file that we're looking for. So you play the kazoo. Alright, well, let's see what we got here then. I'm not sure if the hierarchy is good enough for this, guys. And once again, I'm fairly confident this is going to bind up. Well, let's see. This music is a banger. It's Robert Parker, Sanchai. Swedish synthwave. So, yeah. Seems like you recognize your own kind. You damn meatball. Any chance we're gonna see Starship for mission mode? Hypersonic, I would. I honestly really would want to do that. I would really love to. How am I gonna make Starship's payload bay? I don't think even SpaceX knows how they're gonna make Starship's payload bay, you know? Yeah, she's binding. See that? Like, how would we do that? I've made Starship, dude, and I can make it. I've made it work, but yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna actually like make that work. Yeah, she's a little flimsy. And these chopsticks are done incorrectly. They're not correct. Yeah, see? This is what I was wondering. This is what I was wondering with SpaceX. Their design, whatever they, I mean, those linear bearings don't bind up. My stuff binds up badly. The tolerances, I'm not sure I could engineer these tolerances in KSP. I mean, maybe. It's possible. I'm thinking. This design kind of works. It's close. But once again, she binds up like crazy. Maybe if I put a hinge right there. Hold on. Let me check something. Can we 3D design it and import it into KSP? Yeah, Chief, but that would take days. 3D modeling takes time. I mean, maybe I could bust out a part in a weekend, but I need to... It's much more about the implementation, dude. I don't really remember the process, to be honest with you. Like, I'm gonna be completely fair. Okay. Keep the motor size out on that. Alright, now... Also, these chopstick arms aren't correct. I know they're not right. They use a common hinge, so these should be lined up like this. That's how the chopsticks work. They're on one axis. But I'm just gonna leave those like that for the time being. And I want to see if putting a hinge in here. I want to see if putting a hinge in here fixes the binding problem. It might. What if you attach the pistons at the bottom of the assembly instead of the top? Why? Because then you're not using gravity as a plumb. You're not using gravity as a thing to keep the thing stable. You're pushing against it. Guys, I don't know. I've always said that if I fabricate the parts myself and I put those parts into KSP, then I wouldn't consider that using a mod because I made the part. And that's something that I've been thinking about doing. I've been thinking about, you know, for the new mission mode save, it might be prudent just to engineer my own parts from the ground up. Because NASA very rarely uses off-the-shelf components like they do, like shuttle engines, for instance. But they don't... She bound... This is worse. She bound up right away. Yeah, see, they're binding. Yeah, hypersonic. I mean, me adding my own parts is not going to change anything. That's not going to make things better or worse. Like, it's not... A mod isn't going to ruin the part if I'm just making mechanical parts. Like, if I made the chopsticks... guys, I would... if we were going to model this, what I would honestly do is model it and design it in such a way to work with the robotics in-game. That's all. I would just design it to work with the robotics. That's it. Yeah, she's binding like crazy. Hang on, we gotta... Yeah, look at that. Look at that binding that's going on, man. This is what I mean. The fact that SpaceX's didn't do this at all is a testament to that engineering. It's very well made. Like, look, see, mine's binding up. These things are getting stuck. Well, midget, I made this a couple of months ago. Honestly, this sucks. It's not very good. When Starship will be in the sticks, it will bind a lot more too. That's what I'm saying, Hypersonic. Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. How the frick did they pick up 300 tons with this thing and not have these bearings, not have the linear bearings break, not have them break, no binding, no nothing. Which means that somehow they were able to perfectly balance this. And well, not necessarily. The bearings probably have a lot of shear load put on them, if I had to guess. And I'm pretty sure the tolerances weren't right the first time. Actually, now that I'm really thinking about it, because if we go and we look at a Starship video, let's go over to our buddies at NASA Spaceflight, and you take a look from this video here. Let's see. Give me 1 second. If you look at the pad, dude, so here's the tracks. See the tracks? Look, they ground the paint off. See that? On the linear bearings, they ground that paint right off. It's clear metal. That means the paint was screwing up the tolerances. It was binding. That's my theory, that this thing was binding up. But they scraped the paint off the tracks with an angle grinder. We saw them do that. And once they scraped the paint off, like, look, you can see it. It's shiny from right here. Have you considered a counterweight? Like, SpaceX doesn't use a counterweight, Omni. They don't have a counterweight. There's no bending. That thing doesn't bend at all. Do you see that? There's no deflection. There's nothing. Which is just amazing to me. Like, I don't... Hey, fellas. Watch the pulley gears up there. Watch the pulley gears when it starts going down. Only one of them is moving. Oh, I see how that's working. That's really smart. It's a freaking elevator. That's an elevator. In real life, it's not as floppy as KSP. I've gotten things to be stiff like this before, Mayor. It's really not an issue. We got the pads to work. Look, man, I can get the stuff to stay still. I know I can get this stuff to stay still. Now, hinge drift is a whole nother thing, but I think hinge drift comes from the fact that stuff is binding up. When stuff binds up, right, it moves. And if it's in that moved position and then you reload the scene, it's gonna get stuck in that position. It's gonna get stuck where it was under load, right? So, this is what I was honing in on when I stopped playing KSP a couple months ago. Mayor, I was honing in on the hinges. They drift because of bad design. Yeah, because your hinges bind up because you didn't get the kinematics right. I think it's kinematics. It could be kinesiomatics. Basically, you didn't do the math. They bind up. If they bind up, they drift. Simple as that. So they have two pulleys here. There's one pulley here and one pulley here, and one is hooked up to that front wire, and the other one's hooked up to the back. So when they lower it, they just move one pulley. If they want to do it fast, you move both pulleys at the same time. Keynesian economics? Sure. That's probably not it. But either way, Hypersonic, they did scrape the paint off. The paint is all scraped off on the linear bearing tracks, which tells me that the tolerance was out a little bit. Which means we got to do this in KSP, and I'm not sure how we're going to do that. We're going to need to engineer a linear bearing. If anything, you should create pulleys and cables. That's really difficult to get right, dude. Here's a picture of the bearing. All right, Core, let's see what we got. Is it on? It looks like that. The bearings are on a tank tread. And then there's just ball bearings for the outside guides. And then there's 2 of these on each tower post, right? So on the front posts they're like this, and on the side posts they're like this. They're 90 degrees offset. Reticulating splines? Yeah, no. They're tank track bearings. Interesting. But once again, the bearings that are at the back here, these ones that are on the side posts, those must have an insane amount of shear load being put on these. So like sideways force. Could I make this? Not from both sides? What do you mean, Pale? I think this is too complicated for KSP. It would be too many parts. I can make this. I've made treads in KSP before. I've definitely done that. Less lateral movement by pushing from the center of mass. I understand what you're saying, Supercraft, but like the way I see it, dude, is like, yeah, we could, if I have to fudge it in KSP, I will. Like if we have to end up coming up with another solution because the bearing solution doesn't work, I'll do it. But I want to try and emulate SpaceX because it works for SpaceX. KSP's physics, despite what one might think, are actually pretty damn good. The physics simulation is not the worst. It just slows down when you use a lot of parts. I always will. I'll maintain that to the end. The physics simulation is really good in KSP. The aerodynamics are okay, but if the physics are the same, that means mechanical engineering still applies here. So, well, that's how I ended up doing this Omni. I ended up making it like the gantry crane, but it still binds up like the gantry crane. BY, 3 months gifted sub. Spasibo, Vasia, za Fredaro. What's the backwards Y? I don't know what the backwards Y is. I always forget. I know it says thanks for the gift and subs, but that's not what I'm trying to do. Hang on, I gotta hear it.
За подарочную подписку.
Да. Подписку. Подписку? What does that mean? Well, I know what it means, but yeah. Maybe hierarchy problem is making it bind up. Physics is making it bind up, Sanchai. It's unlikely that it's the hierarchy, but we'll check it. How bad of an idea is it to use the wheels as bearings? I wouldn't use the wheels as bearings, the rover wheels, because it's sprung weight. Springs, dude, no good. However, Hellfish, the rotors don't have any springs in them. You can use them as wheels. We've done it. The key is designing to an allowable deformation by the tower. If you can operate the arm lift at a theoretical maximum beam deflection, it will always lift. A good way to do it might be doing some simple beam deflection test and designing a lift test rig based off of that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I know the rotors still drift though, Hellfish, a little bit, but I should be able to. I got a couple of solutions that could get around that. I think the first thing we should do is make the tracks, to be honest. I'm using fairings here, but the segmented fairings are the reason why this binds up. But, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the tower sections have segments too, and it doesn't bind up on that, so we got to make sure that we do this right. Thank you for this picture, by the way, Core. CFG the fairings so that there is one long piece instead of having the separate sections, or would that give the same result? No, it would make it smoother, World Killer, but it would still bind. It would still move back and forth. That would make the operation way smoother. They wouldn't bind as much, but smoothing out the fairings is just a symptom to the problem. You know, even if we smoothed out the fairings, the thing would still be like this when it's going up and down the tracks. We have to have more. We have to have a tighter tolerance here, regardless. Maybe if we tried something like this. Let me check something. I just want to see if we can get this to not bind as much. Now, first and foremost, the fairing shape inside of the tube has a little bit of play in it, which is the same reason why the gantry crane binds up. Because there's a little bit of play here. If we could engineer a tighter tolerance, or we could get a tighter fit, it would have much less binding. The reason why I did this way, fellas, is because that this was literally the simplest solution that I could think of for getting this to work. Your coefficient of kinetic friction is increased by the normal force of the arm contacting the tower, which is on a lever. Yeah, exactly, Prey. Which is why I'm still amazed that that thing picked up Starship and had relatively no deflection. It's freaking mind-boggling. That is mind-boggling mechanical engineering. The precision that was done there is frankly miraculous to me. Dude, that's unreal. But you're right. I don't see you winning against that. You know more about KSP than me, though. Yeah. You're already ahead because the fairings are perfectly rigid. So the only thing you're working against is the arms being off-planar. I like using rotors as bearings. It's a good start. Yeah. Are Staputniks a better tolerance? Nah, not really, Magi. You got a lot more play. I'm thinking, dude. Give me a second. These struts, strutting this all together might be the quick and easy solution. I mean, I'm willing to check. Let's go. Let's try this, and I'm gonna make sure that the strut is clearance right there. I noticed that the game is stuttering after I place every part. We're at 934 parts. Okay. Yeah, Prey, the other thing is that I engineered this tower. I engineered the tower's hierarchy to be extra freaking strong. It is very, very, very strong. These, 45s right here are using the hierarchy and grandparent strut to strut themselves together. Like, they're basically strutting themselves back to the spine, I guess, of the tower, which is on the back like this. And then I have struts that hold each section together for the most part. That's... Actually, now that I'm looking at this, that's probably not a really good way to do that. The tower is still going to deflect this way. It would be better... Oh, okay. It is that way. Alright. I use the structural fuselages in the center as the primary load carrier. Okay. That's carrying the load of the entire thing. Alright, yeah, that's not going to deflect that much. Cool. It's using Unity, Kelly, but with KSP2, and this is part of the reason why it's taking a second, it's basically a stripped down version of KSP1 rebuilt from the ground up. And that's right from like Intercept. That's what they're doing. It is a stripped down. They took the core functions of KSP, so it's still gonna feel like KSP, and basically upgraded and fixed everything else. So like the parts, you've seen parts in KSP2, right? And they look similar to the old parts. That's because, well, the part implementation mechanism is a function of Unity, so that hasn't changed. But like the physics, the atmospheric scatterer, it's basically Kerbal with a bunch of stuff redone. Yeah. Fixing, basically, it's Kerbal with better graphics, fixing all the shortcomings of KSP1. Because the guys at Intercept know good and well that they can't screw this up. It has, like, that's all you need to do. Sometimes that's it. Sometimes you don't need to overthink it. Rip, that means Kraken and glitch physics will still exist. Kelly, there is float point error and whatnot in Kerbal, obviously. That's really in any game. That's kind of just computers, right? But see, the thing about Kerbal is, like, some people don't like that they leave it all open. It's all open-ended, right? I actually love that they leave it open-ended because you can have 1,000 different creative solutions here. There's 1,000 different ways to solve a problem. Yeah, see? See? We're getting some deflection there. Okay. All right. I mean, you can see, Prey, you can see the moment that's happening from the chopsticks, man. These parts are basically bending a little bit. Yep, we bound up. It's gonna break. We're bound on something again. We gotta stop the cow controller. And that oscillation is what's binding us up because the tolerances aren't right. KSP stays through an MSD. Today's going to be a good stream. Yeah, I figured you guys would like it. So, fellas, check it out. Watch. When we go down, you see that right there? See that deflection? Watch the SRB relative to the fuselage. See right there? There's your problem. Right there. That's why it's binding. And that comes from these things being able to wiggle. How do we fix that? How do I fix that problem? I'm thinking. Yeah, the tolerances are gonna have to be, yeah, pretty insane. Here, let me just go into the action group, the up-down, play position, like 1%. This will make it so it goes a lot slower. And I'm sure this is why SpaceX stopped, like, during the Starship lift the other day. Why they, at each critical point, they stopped. because they were checking the tolerances here. But on a side note, Supercraft, I honestly think that what you were on about has something to do with this. Because what Supercraft was saying is that, well, why don't you push on the center of mass? And, you know, you asked that question, and then my brain went, how do we know that that's the center of mass? That ain't the center of mass. Look at this thing. We got girders and fuselages here, and you have I-beams out here. Center of mass is over here on this part. And you can tell because it has a lot of moment over this. Now, the thing is that the real chopsticks probably have that too, so why don't they bind? And the only thing that I'm coming back to is the tolerance on these parts. Yeah, see, in this situation, the outside one's bound up. Okay. 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 What do you mean by tolerance? So, in mechanical engineering, you have tolerances. So, tolerances is basically the distance between two moving parts. So, in KSP, we have the fairing. That's the fairing here, right? These are the thing that the fuselage is right on. And the fuselage is inside, right? Or it's wrapped around it, like that. Right? That's the structural fuselage. And that's the fairing. Tolerance is this gap right here. That gap. That gap, the tolerance there. So how much space is between, how much tolerance is given between the inside collider of the structural fuselage and the fairing is too much. It's too much. And that causes this thing to wiggle like this. It basically makes it do this. Yes, super. I understand that, but did you know that the Apollo capsule is 154 inches in diameter? The number's everywhere. So, in mechanical engineering, tolerances exist all over the place. Now, on like, there's another example. Like, I'll give you an example. So, crankshafts on a car engine. Same thing. The crankshaft have bearings, okay? There's bearings around the crankshaft, but the bearings are not a ball bearing. It's just a circular bearing, okay? So it's just two pieces of metal. It's just two pieces of metal that look like a C that clamp around the crankshaft journals, okay? Or they attach to the crankshaft journals and they wrap around the crankshaft. Now, if you look, the crankshaft has these holes in it. On most cars, it has holes in, there's holes in the crankshaft. What are those for? Well, the tolerances with an engine are so ridiculously important because you have a metal bearing and a metal axle, the crankshaft, right? And if you have a metal bearing and a metal axle, you're going to get friction. Metal on metal makes a lot of friction. Think of a train when like in the movies when a freight train is careening out of control and they lock the brakes, which is probably the worst thing that you can do with a freight train, just on a side note. Sparks are flying everywhere from the wheels, skids down the rails, sparks are flying, creates a lot of heat. Metal on metal creates heat, a lot of heat. There is a specific tolerance there that's usually like maybe a 0.5 millimeter or millimeter tolerance between the journal, the bearing, and then the crankshaft. Why? Well, the tolerance there is to have a nice film of oil that the crankshaft rides on. It's a fluid bearing, to be honest. A fluid bearing. So there's the oil plus the regular like circular bearing, right? Makes the crankshaft kind of float in the journals with the film of oil. It floats on the film of oil inside of the journals, right? The tolerance is here on the number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 journal on a crankshaft like this have to be perfect. If they're not perfect, you have too much room, the oil won't create a film and the crankshaft won't ride on the oil. You simultaneously, too tight of a tolerance is going to create too much heat, and then the bearing starts spinning around in the journal, and then your engine blows itself up. It'll go right to your thighs, and then you'll blow up. Simultaneously, the tolerances on pistons and the connecting rod journal is the same idea, same thing. There has to be a thin film of oil that rides here on the connecting rod journal. If there's not, your motor's going to stop motoring pretty fast. So tolerances are basically the distances between stuff, and the tolerance really depends on what you're doing. Now, with the engine, tolerances are purposely kind of loosey-goosey, just a little bit. They're not like, the crankshaft won't wobble around inside of the journals, right? But when the engine is actually on, it'll create a film of oil, right? And the crankshaft basically floats in the bearing. We're talking about like a film of oil, like maybe about as thick as like a human hair or something. But it rides, it's a fluid bearing for the most part. Raptor's turbo pumps use something very similar to that, believe it or not. And they use, what lubricant do they use? Fuel. Yeah, crazy, right? Last and also stupid question. Can we shim the linear bearings maybe? We could try, Shy, yeah. I was thinking about it if we were able to stabilize it. If that beam that the stick's attached to was longer so that the tolerance was not affect the sticks as much. Yeah, it's possible. Could you do a wedge in between the two? It's possible as well. We need something we need a roller. Basically what you guys are describing is what's called an idler. Idlers are used with like tank treads and stuff, but we could do that. Or an idler pulley like on the front of an engine. Cars are really good. Cars have a lot of really good examples of mechanical engineering. Yeah, a lot of really good engineering. I mean, the chain too. The timing chain has, see this guide right here? That's called a keeper. That's a timing chain keeper and tensioner for what it's worth. It's pushing in on the chain, and I'll bet you whatever motor this is, this looks like an SR20 or something. Actually, no, this is a Honda motor, variable valve timing. See this thing on one of the camshaft pulleys? This is a Honda engine. At least I think. I bet you that they're spraying oil on this right here so they can lubricate the chain. Yeah, Smirks, this is definitely a Honda motor, but it's a Honda motor with dual overhead cams. But this is dual overhead cam, single overhead cam VTEC. So this is an older Honda engine. I would say like not an H series. It's like an F23 or something. This looks like an old Accord motor. Hey, why don't we make it to where it has wedge locks similar to a workout bench or something? Would that be more stable? Yeah, maybe. That's a Red Bull engine. Yeah, see this thing? That's a solenoid that's on the end of the cam pulley, or at least an actuator for a solenoid that changes the valve timing. That's what VTEC is. It changes the timing, the relationship between the cam, the lifter, the spring, and the valve to be able to open at different durations at different RPMs. That's what VTEC is. Variable valve timing and electronic lift control. Not duration. They're changing the lift on the cam. Excuse me. Lift, right? Yeah, electronic lift control. It's right in the name, idiot. VTEC is a fuel-saving device. Don't at me. Yeah, so is Ford's EcoBoost engines. Yeah, EcoBoost. Turbocharged gasoline direct injected motor. Yeah, EcoBoost. That sounds like a racing engine to me. But yeah, no, EcoBoost. Yeah, Pete, you're right. You're right. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. If you pull from the bottom of the tower at the same time, you're pushing, will it not stabilize the wiggle? But that still doesn't solve our tolerance problem, dudes. That's a band-aid fix. If we're pushing and pulling, right? If we're pushing and pulling, that means that when this thing is halfway down, both of these things will be able to do this. They'll be able to wiggle back and forth. We don't want that. You're still gonna it's still gonna bind. I'm telling you right now. I know enough about KSP to know that that's what's gonna happen. I have an idea though. Banana. Here. I saw that these things were moving a lot relative to what these are attached to. Now, where are these in the hierarchy, if you don't mind me looking? Okay, so hydraulic is attached to the hinge, which is attached to the SRB. The SRB can't really be grandparent strutted because it's attached to a robotic. These are attached to the SRB, and then these guys right here are attached to these girder segments, which are grandparent strutted to the SRB. Okay. I'm going to try to strut up. I'm going to try to strut up the forward linear bearings. I mean, these aren't really linear bearings, but we'll just call them that. They're really not. There's no bearing in this thing. Have you been working on this tower off the stream? I worked on this on one stream a long time ago, Hip. Yeah. No, I haven't been working on this off stream. What I've been working on off stream is, long story short, guys, I don't have much flight hardware yet because I'm reading this. I figure now is probably a good time more than ever to explain what's going on. I say I've been doing KSP stuff in the background. I've been reading the systems engineering book, dude. Rereading the whole thing. I'm not very far, to be honest. I think, where was I? At the beginning of chapter 3. What I'm doing is, I'm right here. Yes, that is a coffee stain, by the way. What I'm doing is, relearning, I should say. I'm relearning how to implement a systems engineering concept from the ground up. This is going to take a little bit of time to get right, but it's going to take some time to get right. But basically what I'm trying to do is to avoid getting stuck in the engineering mode cycle of things. I'm going to plan out the entire mission architecture, and I'm trying to come up with an architecture that's good to do everything. So, like if you guys say we want to go to the moon with probes, with whatever, right? We go to the moon with probes, or we want to send people out there. All we have to do is basically design a lander, and I'll have the transport and delivery systems for crew and cargo basically figured out already. I'm trying to just come up with an architecture that's flexible to be able to do whatever. You want to build space stations? We could do it with this architecture. You want to build big vehicles in space? We could do it with this architecture. You want to send people into low carbon orbit with this? Yeah, you could do that too. You want to send people up to a transfer vehicle that you're building around low carbon orbit, and then send that to the moon, refuel at the moon, and then go to Duna or whatever? Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. I'm trying to just basically come up with the end-all, be-all architecture. Yeah. Guessing this won't be in career mode. No, it will, Hand. Oh, it will. Yeah, absolutely. We shouldn't have any problem doing commercial missions with this architecture either. Yeah, no, it's gonna happen in mission mode, dude. I'm going to continue the mission mode 2 save. Mission mode 2 was a test. It was a prototype, guys. Trying to figure out the best way to play Kerbal on stream. In a very sustainable way. Like, that's been my thing for a very long time, guys. Trying to figure out sustainable ways to play Kerbal. You ever notice that I literally, like, okay, I'm not trying to toot my own horn. Like, don't read more into this than what you need to. This is not me comparing myself to anyone else. This is me trying to figure out a way to keep this job sustainable, which is a hard thing to do. I've tried to come up with the best implemented system that keeps Kerbal sustainable for extremely long periods of time. You ever notice how I played it for like 8 years straight? Always had something to do. We always had something to show. Always had something to engineer. The problem is I had too many things to engineer. You guys have seen enough of that. I'd rather engineer something, implement it, and then test it on stream, and then, then make the changes that we need. I'd rather do some of the basic engineering, the basic systems engineering from the start, get that all done, then show it on stream, test it on stream, and figure out what we A, need to fix, or B, could upgrade. Basically trying to get the whole thing figured out before we even implement it. One of the mistakes that I made with mission mode was letting you guys choose the architecture. don't take that the wrong way. It's not a knock against chat. It's just the architecture gets very fragmented when I let you guys pick it. There's no clearly defined goal. Honestly, it's going to sound stupid, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way. It's too much bureaucracy. Too many cooks in the kitchen. And we ended up just engineering the SSDO for 6 months straight. When I had control over the architecture, and we made the Freedom rockets, and you guys just said, kind of do this, and you figure it out, when I did that, we were much more productive. So I'm going back to how it was pre-SSTO. The SSTO project, I put the SSDOs up on Kerbal X, and I put the pad up on Kerbal X if anybody wants to use it, but I don't want to use those things. Because honestly, we barely got the thing flying sustainably, and now, like, even if we push to make the thing flying sustainably, there's no mission architecture for it. We'd have to spend another 3 months figuring out what it needs to do. Figuring out payload bay integration operations. What are we doing with it? Right? I'm figuring out the whole scope of the project, and then you guys pick where you want me to go with it. Came here, I wanted mission mode to teach less real-life lessons of the space program, and unfortunately, I think it did. I think I was right. Let me handle the architecture. You guys tell me where you want to go, and we'll go from there. Trust me, this is the right move. The new architecture that I'm coming up with is... yeah, it's going to be great. I'm coming up with a sustainable architecture that will basically be able to do anything that you guys want. I still have to make ground stations, though, which is kind of funny. Still got to do that. Yeah, the SSTO was fun, man. It was a fun project to do. I really, really enjoyed it. Yep. This system isn't gonna work, dudes. We're binding somewhere. There. Yeah, look at that. Yep. Okay. The SSDO was awesome, man. That was one of my coolest designs. That was one of the most well-engineered things I've ever made in KSP, ever. And it was all up. Like, we had the pad and everything. First time in a while, dudes, that I really just ran out of patience with it. That may have been just the stress of the holidays and stuff. And just real life. But I don't know, dude. Yeah. I usually never run out of patience with stuff, but you know, running out of patience with a project is one of the dude, and I want to be clear about this. Running out of patience like that is one of the first signs of burnout. And I've never burned out on KSP before. That's why I chose to take a break, because nope. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. I'm going to safeguard against it. Yeah, AJ, right? Now, don't get me wrong, dude. That's a pretty awesome capability. We could disperse the heat. I'm not going to forget that we can do that with our new architecture, so don't worry. Our new architecture could have stuff. I could salvage some components of the SSTO program. I might not, could. But that's a good tool to have, you know? It's like a bent piston in an engine with no oil, yep. Well, the connecting rod bends, not the piston, but I understand what you're saying. All right, we gotta, I'm gonna re-engineer. Save out a new file. I don't think there's any backwards compatibility planned, Kenobi, to be honest with you. All your structures, though? I'll make them again and they'll be better, dude. I'm not worried. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I'm going to keep one of these just in case we want to go back to that. But by and large, yeah, we really shouldn't. I got to engineer a new track mechanism. How are we going to do that? So that's connected to that. Okay. I see how I did this. All right. It's great that you were able to recognize that. I went through burnout with work and recently it was hell. Thankfully, I've gotten some separation and was able to return with renewed interest. Yeah, Topher, sometimes you just take a step back, dude. Like, guys, I'll be honest with you. You don't think I realize that sitting here playing Tarkov is something that really no one wants to see? Nobody wants to see me just get shot over and over again. I understand that. You know, that's why I've been trying to play games that I think you guys would, like. Like, I brought Summer Car back, which has been great. You guys, like, it's very clear that people love that freaking game, and I still can't figure out why. I think people like watching me suffer in that game. I think that's the truth. I've been trying to bring back Satisfactory, all these other games that we kind of put on the wayside. But, what I've been also trying to do is play games that I want to play. And I know that that's not going to get you the most views. Doesn't really grow the stream too well. I mean, it still works. And we're still doing space news, which I'm nowhere near burned out on. I love talking about Starship every day. So, yeah, Shin, I got you. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, no, so, yeah. For the first time in, like, the better part of a decade, I started to see me getting annoyed with KSP, like, more than I normally do. And at the first sign of trouble, I stopped. I was like, nah, nope, this isn't a good idea. We gotta stop, like now. Like now. We have to stop. Imagine Finnish space news. That would be very nice, yes. Here we have linear bearing that's put on side of Starship. Yeah, Kelly, I've thought about it. I don't think, Kelly, I mean, you probably realize it because you've been here for a while, and I don't think people realize how many games I put on the back burner to keep playing KSP. I really don't think people, dude, there's so many games that I would love to take a stab at. 10 years is a feat I would have burnt out after 1 year. Well, Phil, like, yeah, part of what I do is part of driving content creation, this is the hustle, man, is finding something to do. Dude, that's a lot of streamers run into this. You play a game, you love it, people grow to love the stream, right? And then you get burnt out on that game. And then you try to play another game and you take a viewer dip. It happens all the time. Like, you can typecast yourself as a streamer. It definitely is a thing. You can typecast yourself. Like, I've typecast myself as a nerd because I am a nerd, so that's not a problem. If you typecast yourself as something just for success and not something that you want to do, yeah, you'll end up resenting your fan base. Oh, I see it. You see it in content creation all the time, dude. Happens all the time. See it everywhere. Your fan base will ask you, hey, when are you going to go back to playing Minecraft? Hey, when are you going to go back to this? Like, you guys do it with me, and I don't mind that. Like, I know that was going to happen. That's why I'm not, like, too, like, upset about it. But You know, you see streamers that got popular for doing a certain thing, and then they just get bored of that thing. And then they just do something else, and people are like, meh, alright, whatever. 62, as of current testing, there's been no binding. That's, oh, you literally did exactly what I wanted. Oh, that's what I was planning on doing next. You freaking frick, you stole my idea. You freaking frick, when will you learn? Yeah, this is what I was going to try next, albeit a little bit different than this, but yeah. How many eras has PewDiePie gone through? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Topher. Felix typecast himself into playing horror games, and then he didn't want to play horror games anymore. And, dude, that happens. Dude, it happens. It happens with everybody. Like, that's not something that you hear from people in the industry. Because, you know, nobody wants to be apathetic to anything. Like, that's part of the reason why I wear my heart on my sleeve on stream. Like, if something's pissing me off, I'm gonna let you guys know. Because that's fake. That's not genuine. It wouldn't be, like, even if I'm pissed at you guys, that happens sometimes. Even if I'm pissed, I'll let you guys know that I'm pissed off. Like, pissed off at a game. And most of the time I get pissed off at a game because I don't understand it, but... Like, you know, you can't be happy-go-lucky all the freaking time. That's not how that works. People aren't like that. You know who are like that? Psychopaths. Like, that's how that works, man. Like, like, the reason why, like, clinically insane people are like that is because they're fundamentally not demonstrating certain aspects of the human condition. You're experiencing atypical human characteristics, like not feeling emotion. Yeah, that's what psychopaths do. Robotic parts in KSP can deform to infinity and still roll perfectly. A little cheaty for this application. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. All right, let's get down in here. But yeah, so the second once again, I was cognizant of this, guys. And the second I figured out that it was starting to happen, like even one hint of it happening with KSP, I said no. Nope. Nope. I'm stopping. I'm taking a break. I mean, I didn't really even want to be honest. I really wanted to keep going with that SSTO, but it was too much. It's too much. I hate admitting that. It really pisses me off. But see what I mean? The fact that me admitting that is pissing me off, like, that shows right there that it's yeah, not sustainable content. Not very good, because if I'm just gonna get pissed off, I'm just gonna end up resenting KSP in the long run. I don't want to do that. Nope. Not a chance. That's not happening. Alright, let's try something like this. Right on, Topher. Hey, I said I'd go about it in good faith, you know, but also, yeah, it's Yarg's idea. Hey, yeah, see, like, that's the thing, you know, and don't get me wrong, like, I give Yarg a lot of crap, but dude, he's helped me get through some pretty crappy times in the past. Don't tell him I said that. I mean, yeah, you can tell him. I don't care. I'll figure it out anyway. He's Yarg. Of course he'll figure it out. But, like, my thing is, dude, is that I don't want to just do... Like, I don't just want to just do what chat says all the time. That's just me regurgitating you guys' ideas. I can literally do anything in KSP. I can do anything you want. I can make a warp drive in KSP. We've done it. We can make an Epstein drive in KSP. I can go anywhere in the solar system. I have infinite dexterity. Like, I've played this game way too much to not know how to push its buttons. You know what I mean? Like, so if I'm going to do an SSTO, like, the problem is that, you know, like, a lot of people voted on the SSTO with the expectation that, you know, I was going to design what they want. And that's the mistake that I made. And I'm not going to do that. You guys choose where you want to go. You choose the directorate. All right? You're the board of directors. I'll figure out the engineering stuff, including vehicle architecture. If I want an expendable vehicle for the application, I'm going to do it. I don't really care what anybody thinks. That's not engineering element. Yeah, Dread. For real. It's on the website, Kenobi. It's been on the website for years. EJSA.space. Like, I'll tell you a game that's waiting in the wings right now, dude. Game that's waiting in the wings right now, Stationeers. Rocketworks is completely overhauling Stationeers multiplayer, and they're completely overhauling the network code on Stationeers to make it so, you know, you can play with more than 2 or 3 people and not have it be a gigantic lag fest. When that update drops, oh, we're playing Stationeers. I'll reopen the Stationeers server. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be awesome. How wide is KSP size Starship? 5 meters? KSP's running scale is 61%. So if you take 9 and times it by 0.61, 5.5 would be a scale Starship. Sanchai, the reason why it's about 2/3 of regular scale is because Kerbals are about 2/3 the height of an average person. If an average person's 150 centimeters, right? Keep in mind, that's an average. I mean, it is a little bit on the low side, but whatever. Average person about 150, Kerbals are a meter tall. So run 66% scale. Also, that the developers made that so the delta V numbers kind of line up as well. Even though the delta V in KSP that you need to get into orbit is like, it definitely isn't 2/3 of real life. It's, well, 7,600. Yeah, no, it's more like 1/3 of real life. But yeah, that gets into mass fraction and other things. But yeah. Did No Man's Sky ever pique your interest at all? It kind of did. There's a huge update for it today, Kenobi, wasn't there? Hey, Enraged, what's up, man? Gotta admit, I miss the days. I miss the days when you made craft from your imagination in big old space stations. Oh, that's coming back, Enraged. Yeah. I'm coming up with a new vehicle architecture. I talked about it a little bit before. And don't get me wrong, the vehicle architecture will be influenced by real-life rockets. But it has the flexibility to basically do whatever I want. Yeah. Yeah, the reality of the situation, guys, is that everything really needs to be taken in moderation. Everything. Everything needs to be done in moderation. You never put your foot on the gas pedal with anything, because you'll end up hating it. Sad truth. Hard for some to handle. The only thing that I can really take in large doses every freaking day is space stuff. I really can't do that. I can't even do that with cars. And I love cars. Space is something I can mess with and have fun with every day, which is quite strange. Hey, Urban Venture, what's up, man? We playing KSP 2? KSP as well, not KSP 2. You know what I mean. I will watch all rocket launches and you can't stop me! Dude, Urban, when I was in there the other day and you showed me the arm that folded the vehicle out, that was really cool, man. That was very well done. I'm not kidding. That was really cool. Not just saying that to blow smoke up your tail. That was a really well thought out design. You did a good job. Hey dude, saw the construction and had to stop in with the raid. Thanks, man. You made me realize a lot. Thanks for the teaching. It's no problem. And once again, Flash Wolf, what works for me isn't an end-all be-all solution, fellas. That's another important thing to understand. It's not an end-all be-all solution. I'm telling you what works for me. And that might work for you and it might not work for you. It's really, you know, everyone's different. Speaking of cars, did you see the Ammo NYC video of the 78 F250 with 139 miles on it? I did. It's brown. It's brown, Smirks, and I freaking love it, dude. Freaking brown, man. It's so brown. I love it. It's awesome. I want it. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a bitchin' truck, dude. That thing, like, it's very rare that I'll say put the truck in a museum. That one should be, like, they should donate that to the Henry Ford or something. It's too clean. Like, it's very, very rare that I'll say, like, don't drive it. Like, that one needs to go into a museum. It's just too pristine. Like, I can't believe how nice it is. Can't get more mint than that. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah. Anyway, Enraged, appreciate the resub, man. Yeah, I kind of want to go back to doing my own stuff. What a lot of people have said is they want to see me design my own thing, not necessarily something based off of, you know, something based off of a real life concept. Everything that we've done a lot lately, basically since I've been making Collins, is all based off of stuff. But see, something to understand, dudes, is that that's what people want to see. People want to see Starship in KSP. And that's something, as much as I hate admitting that, that's something that I do have to take into account with content creation. I really don't like admitting that, but I suppose if I come up with my own architecture, you know, and don't get me wrong, the stuff that I'm currently working on, I won't say what it is, but it does have some real life influence. It's more of like a combination of all the ideas that I think were great in the space program, kind of implemented all into one. Yeah, Hellfish, exactly, which is why I'm making sure I'm going through the systems manual. Whatever architecture I design, like I said, I won't tell you what I'm working on. You guys have seen glimpses of it when I've played KSP and started designing things, right? But even then, I'm not sure. Even then, I'm not sure if I'm going to use that. Yeah, you guys have seen glimpses, but yeah, it's going to be something that I want to know end to end of. I don't want to get stuck in that engineering loop where we're down for 6 months because I can't figure out where I need to go with a project, and then I have to sit here and struggle on stream trying to get all the engineering done correctly. I don't want that to happen. I want to see a triple rainbow, but what would it mean? Triple rainbow, dude? What does it mean? Alright, I don't want this. Rip the band-aid off there. Hey, Daphne, yeah, early KSP, dude. Actually, you know what? No, let's I'm gonna have to work on this thing kind of sideways. Strange. What is this game? I think it's called Arching Your Shoulders Simulator or something. Like, I don't know. You try arching your shoulders? Oh, he's trying. Hey, you got a job yet, you lazy bum? What's up, public? You get a job yet? You want a job, Ernie? Sure, Tony. Okay, you call me tomorrow. Follow through! Technique. What about your short game? Oh, God. What about his short game? Sometime today, KSP. How about you? Had a job, man. You've seen it. That's good, man. Good to know. Merge. Merge. I need this. You need this? I need this. I need this. There we go. I just wanted the top, I'm not gonna lie to you. Just so I have something to track this thing with. And I think I just messed up the symmetry. Nope. We good. Cool. Alright. Let me just make sure that the, yep, the cow controller unbound. No problem. I just wanted, like I said, I just wanted the top of this thing. Alright. Okay, let's get the structural fuselages off here. You gonna try to catch Super Heavy today? I gotta get the stupid cart working before I do. Supposedly a model of the Pasta Sprinters 2022 car. Pasta Sprinters. It's nice, man. The orbital tank farm is releasing some big nitrogen clouds. I'm gonna keep this on the other screen, dude. Oh, yeah. Cool. Is Elon going to offer to use Starship to bring down the ISS? What did I hear about it going into the drink? Guys, yeah. Alright. Everybody thinks the ISS, like, oh my god, NASA's gonna do it with the ISS, da, 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 da. Yeah, that's right. Of course they are. But, see, the thing is that, and this is something that I've been reading with the systems engineering. Guys, they had the disposal plan for the ISS thought up in, like, 2004. Yeah. It's just, they keep extending the operational period. So... Okay. So this is the systems engineering handbook that I'm reading off of stream. Honest projects like the ISS, the entire project is realized basically before you even start. And this chart has a lot, it will basically show you what I'm talking about. Look. So there's concept, design, development, production testing, operations through disposal. Disposal was thought up already. They already figured out how they're going to do it, where they're going to do it, and the thing is that operational readiness right here. They're extending not extending the ORR. That's not the right way to say that. They're extending this period over here. The reason why is because costs have basically flatlined. You see this? Costs have basically flatlined here. Cumulative percentage life cycle cost against time. They basically flatline by the time you get past the ORR. This is something that I talk about a lot. This is the expensive part in here. That's the expensive part. Now, even though this is basically a parabolic arc right here, right? The reality of the situation is that the funding is on a bell curve, all right? Funding for this project for the ISS went up and it peaked basically during when the space shuttle was building it. And then it's been kind of down here. It flatlined at the end of the bell curve, and it's kind of stayed that way. It's slowly rising over time. One, because of inflation, obviously, and two, because it's getting more costly to maintain it. It's old. So the disposal for the ISS was thought up probably like 20, maybe even 30 years ago, guys, to be honest with you. Yeah, they probably thought of the disposal cycle with Space Station Freedom probably in the mid-'80s, if I had to guess. And then that project morphed into the ISS and et cetera, et cetera. So what they do is they keep extending the decommissioning disposal readiness review. They move the DRR out further. And they extend this window. Because, honestly, that's not a bad idea. The reason that's not a bad idea is because costs have flatlined. Costs won't go up. They'll just move up with inflation and maintenance costs. But see, they're predicting around 2030 that the maintenance cost will surpass. The maintenance cost will start basically making it go up on another bell curve. And when it starts to do that, that's when they'll proceed with the DRR. Now, I'll be honest with you. Do I think Starship is going to get it? Hard to say. It really depends if Starship is ready. That's what is Starship going to be ready for down mass payload capability by 2030? I think the answer, Elon's a probability guy. I think that, probability states if they keep going at this rate, barring no catastrophic problems, right? And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of stones to kick over in the Starship program still. Jared Isaacman is helping kick those stones over with the Poseidon missions and First Man Starship flight, which is good. That's great. He's helping kicking over those rocks, but there's still a lot of stones that are unturned with that program. You're still very much in development. Starship, if you put it on NASA's cost system, is still here in the development window where costs are the most. But SpaceX doesn't exactly use the same type of testing regime as NASA. So your SpaceX's PDR, CDR, SIR, and ORR are kind of all morphed into one thing. Instead of being linear like this, they kind of blur the line. So, did I say Poseidon? Polaris is what I meant, sorry. Polaris Dawn. But yeah. Why would they want to salvage the ISS? There's no money in it. Well, okay, so first of all, Duckman, if NASA pays them to do it, then yes, there is money in it. Second of all, it would be good. I think it would be a good idea to do some finite element analysis on parts of the space station. There's nothing that's been continuously inhabited in space for that long. Not even close. Mir was the closest thing, and Mir was only up there for 10 years. The ISS has been up there for well over 20. Some of the oldest components. I think it would be a good idea to grab, at the very least, grab a Russian module and bring it back and give it to the Russians. And grab a US module, maybe the Destiny Lab and like the Cupola, and bring those back down to understand what these things went through, like in the long term in space. That would probably be a really smart thing to do. So the Russians can analyze a functional cargo block and how it's basically fared over the 20 years that it's been up there. That would be a really smart idea. And honestly, Like, you're going to say, oh, where's the money in that? Well, NASA isn't about profit. NASA's about scientific understanding, and I think that would be a very prudent thing to do. Understand what the effects of the vacuum of space has on a item for a very long period of time. There's no other, dude, that science is invaluable to exploring deep space. Personal, it's just personal thing. But you guys got to understand, I'll check that out in a second. You guys got to understand that if NASA decides to do that, one, Starship has to be proven. It has to be proven that it can reliably take payload down, or else NASA wouldn't even care. So Starship has to prove down mass capability, like the space shuttle. It has to prove that it can do it. Second of all, now you're changing the operational or the disposal readiness review and the disposal review. You're changing the DRR. One thing about NASA plans, okay, is that, and that's the other thing that this chart states. A thing about NASA plans is that the further into the program that you start changing the design direction or changing the operational readiness, the second you start, like when you get halfway through a program and decide, maybe we'll just put Orion on Ares 5 and give it shuttle engines instead. Costs spike exponentially because you don't get to continue right here. That's the sad reality of that situation. If you decide to change something and you're like in your development, even if nothing is flown yet, even if you're before production testing, guess what? Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You start over here. Now, people always say, why is SLS taking so long? It's based off of Ares 5. Because in 2013, we hit the reset button and went over here. Because we changed the concept of what the vehicle is supposed to do. We ended up spending billions more dollars changing the concept, to be quite honest with you. That's my beef. And that's why I won't stop talking about how canceling Constellation was a mistake. Because the cost ballooned exponentially. You want to develop an app? Yeah, Sneaky. Word? Absolutely, dude. Yeah, Sneaky. A3 test stand. You freaking freaks! When will you learn? No, NASA knows. They know. It wasn't their fault. Remain calm. A3 test stand. You freaking freaks! You ruined it! When will you learn that your actions have consequences? I mean, it's kind of sad how much that applies. You understand that your fantasies will never be quenched. See last puzz. See last puzz. See last puzz. See last puzz. Okay? What is this? Forge. What is this? Is this a space news thing? Oh. Can an individual launch his own satellite? Sure, Credo. Happens all the time. What do you want to launch? Where are you sending it? Just like anything else that flies, at this point you got to talk to the FAA. Depends on what you're sending, where it's going, what are you doing? Yeah, of course you can. Universities do it all the time. This is kind of a bad example, but Astra the other day, launching with Rocket 3.3 and serial number 8, launched a bunch of students' missions into space from universities. Now, don't get me wrong, like, the rocket didn't work, it didn't make it, but student missions like that get launched all the time. Heck, Artemis 1, NASA's mission, has a bunch of secondary payloads on it. Satellites that are going to find their way out to the moon. Because SLS is way overpowered for just pushing an Orion capsule to the moon. It's going to push a bunch of extra payloads in the Orion staging adapter. Dude, I understand here. Okay. I understand that there's a fine line between being a good orator and a good worker, okay? Not everybody can speak coherently, all right? Not everybody can talk nice, coherent, clear sentences when they're trying to explain something. I understand that. Elon's a good example. He's not the best at it, I mean, I mean, I can understand what he's saying just because I've listened. Maybe that's because I listened to him a lot. With that being said, what are you doing? Not even Elon Musk does something like this. Bill, what are you doing? I understand it's probably just a Freudian slip, but that's not a really good look for NASA. That's why Jim was so good, because he could explain it. He was a great orator. He was a museum curator. That's why he can explain things. I mean, dude, I can't believe how good of a pick he ended up being. It still boggles my mind that even happened. This chart does a really good job explaining why the only reason SLS has been so expensive is because it started from a program in CDR stage and went back to design. Spending most of your time in the pre-production testing phase is generally more cost-effective than looping production testing like Starship. Yeah, Frey, I'm on the front lines here every day trying to explain that stuff. People hate me for it. Like, I went and looked at the numbers last night. I dipped when I started talking about Constellation. Like, people were just like, all right, EJ, shut the hell up. And they started leaving. And then I played Tarkov and people were like, yeah, I don't want to watch this. It's true. That's how it happened. I mean, I'm not ashamed. Like, I get it. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Dude, it's a full moon tonight. Bro, you're screwed. You aware. What am I screwed about? What? What are you talking about? Is SLS reusable? No, Crado. No, it's not. Nah. I wish. I really do. I really, really wish. But you gotta remember, SLS comes from a time where... And one could make the argument, dude, that reusability is still not profitable even to this day. And that's not because people are, like, ignorant to what SpaceX does. It's the honest truth. It's the honest truth, man. Like, we don't know if it's profitable or not. SpaceX not going to show us their P&L, that's for sure. And even SpaceX made their own demand with Starship. That's the reason why Falcon 9 even flies a lot, because, or not Starship, Starlink, you know? So, it does suck, Credo. It does suck. I really don't want to see shuttle engines, especially shuttle engines that have flown, get tossed into the water and burn up in the atmosphere. That really only happened once prior in history, and I didn't like it then, and I still don't like it. I really didn't like it then, to say the least. However, I'll trade that for boots on the ground on the moon, dude. I really will. Like, look, the Saturn V was an amazing vehicle. It was amazing. We tossed all those stages into the ocean. What was the trade-off? Trade-off was the flag sitting up on the moon. I'll take the trade. I don't like the trade, but I'll take it, you know? KSP hype. Hey, Ren. What's going on? All right, let's design this linear bearing. How are we going to do this? SpaceX is affecting others. What? A strike is possible at ULA. We have made concessions on every contract. We've given up pension, retiree healthcare. In some classification, we've agreed to a $20 per hour pay cut in the last contract to stay competitive with SpaceX. ULA Workers Union prepares for contract negotiation. Interesting. Union representing ULA workers gets historic 100% strike sanction vote. Says they feel taken advantage of. Roughly 2 decades, we've made concessions on every contract. Well, that's what that's called. I mean, that's negotiation, is it not? Like, am I not looking at that right? Oh. Oh, Forge, this is a freaking crap sandwich. The union president says that... Oh, you guys aren't going to like this. Union President David Story says that vaccine mandate enforcement was the last straw. He says they explicitly went back on contracts to fire 13 unvaccinated people. Ooh, that... Uh-oh. Yep. You guys smell that? It smells like a BLP. Bacon, lettuce, and poop. Got a nice poobin right there. Got a nice poop and cheese. Got a nice poop ball sub of fun right there. The mandate was the nail in the coffin where we negotiated with the company over the mandate and had come to an agreement that would allow some deeply held religious and medical exemptions, and the membership thought that was a fair and reasonable negotiation. The company completely reneged on that, and I think that speaks to the way they've treated us over the past 2 decades, that we're expendable. They don't mind terminating us at the drop of a hat, and I think everyone's fed up with being treated like that. Workers have gone on strike before. They went on strike for 2 weeks the last time they negotiated the contract in 2018. They also went on strike over a decade earlier in 2005. Story says they're prepared to do it again. The union president says they're prepared to do it again if the company won't agree to a fair contract. He says contract negotiations start in mid-April. ULA has not responded to a comment. Oh, that's no good. Oh, boy. Forge, I'm not touching that one. I'm not touching that one. You got to know when to not weigh in. I'm not weighing in. You guys think whatever you want. I'm dead serious about that. I'm not weighing in on this. Not a chance in hell. Dude. Nope. I'm not touching it. It's messed up. Hey, look, man. I've always said this. I'm not necessarily now, Cap. You know I'm not a pro-union. No, you gotta take care of your workers, man. You gotta take care of your workers. You don't take care of your workers, they don't take care of you. Simple as that. Now, SpaceX pays their workers. They pay very well. But people get poached in the industry all the time. Blue pays very well from what I understand as well. So does Boeing, so does NASA for what it's worth. They all pay really well because it's a specialized skill. Pay is already high. But really, you got to be cognizant of your workers, what they need. And it's true, you have to be. Like, if they're dissatisfied with what you're doing, you're going to pay for it. I think that's something that everybody can agree on there, Psych! What's that, Forge? Ugh. Is this borderline Rule 8? I think that making sure the people that work for you are, compensated correctly is probably something that people should be cognizant of, but I don't know. I know there's people out there that'll disagree with that, and that's fine. Whatever. I'm not trying to say this is the answer. I guess if people think differently, that's cool. I'm not going to judge people for it, dude. I hate people that do that. SpaceX pay is competitive at best. Better than startup, but the big boys like Blue are the cushiest jobs. That's what I've heard, Prey, yeah. I think that, yeah, people want to work for SpaceX because they want the glory, man, which is good. That's pretty cool. All right, so how are we going to do this? Let's take a look. Guys, I don't want to talk anymore about it. I'm sure there will be a solution there. Not too incredibly worried. Last, what's up? Video of test. It's binding due to the high speed. Let me see. Yeah, I see it. Our tolerances have to be perfect, man. Here, I'll show this on stream. so you guys can see it. I'll leave that up. Check that real quick. Yeah, see that? That's gonna be, yeah. Yeah, I see it. Center of gravity seems off. Well, the center of gravity is always going to seem off, Facha. Like, that's just kind of how this is, man. Did you hear about the Civil War in Aerojet Rocketdyne? No. No, I didn't. Haven't you linked enough controversial stuff today, dude? Like, I don't want to talk about that, man. What makes you think I want to talk about that here? Dude, I'll check it in my own time, okay? Yeah, I want to play KSP, dude. Believe it or not, I have the hankering today, boy. Okay. Yeah, I see what's going on here. Yeah, well, no, but we got to start exploring tolerances in KSP. Mechanical tolerances. Alright, let's test something. So, these pieces are going to have same vessel collision on. But if they have same vessel collision on, that means that there's going to have to be a space in between these things. Eek. Strattonbits built an elevator for his spin launcher, which ran really smooth. Yeah, Rinkin. Yeah. Alright, let's put this thing out. Put this thing out first. I don't know if SVI goes across multiple. No, okay, it picks it up in symmetry. Excellent. All right. So I'm going to put this out and make sure. Uh-oh. Hang on a second. No, actually, you know what? I want to see what this does. I'll have one side with the overlap that I had before and the other side without. Let's see what this does. Strattonblitz is one of the best builders around, and Stratton's amazing. He's really good. One of the most competent builders around. Yeah, he's very good at what he does. He's very good at manipulating KSP's hierarchy. Yeah, that's what it comes down to, guys. That's the secret of KSP. Being able to manipulate the hierarchy. Sorry, the monitor kind of tilted because I hit the table. Oh. That actually works. Excellent. That's going to be really nice. He's also a YouTuber and is not concerned about part count whatsoever. Yeah, because he can run KSP, record it, and then speed up the simulation. Yeah, so he can run high part counts basically in real time. No, that's something I've thought about in the past. I'm like, oh, man, that's actually a really cool thing. Alright, so we know that these tracks are good the way that they are. Ugh, KSP right when I'm driving across the country. I'm sorry. But see, the question is, Laws, did you play KSP when I was driving across the country? So, if the answer is yes, then we're even. That's right, Metroid. Yep, yep. That's exactly how this works. Yeah. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I need to make a carrier first. Gotta make a carrier for the linear bearing, right? Okay. Give me one moment. I'm designing it in my head. Okay. Alright. Alright. Alright, here. I think I got something. So, we need a carrier plate, or a carrier piece. This is going to carry the whole linear bearing assembly. Hey, Nova, thanks for the bits. Anyone know why this is happening? I'm using a mod for Mechazilla, and the tower, when Super Heavy gets closer, randomly explodes. Something is crack and striking the ground. Yeah. Basically, when you load it up on physics, something is clipping into the ground, and when it clips into the ground, it shoots it out from underneath the ground, and when it shoots it out from underneath the ground, it breaks things. Yeah, Arc. I know. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so if we're going to do this right, here's how this is going to need to happen. We could do this in Sim, like this, right? And if we had the rollers kind of just like that, and the I-beam was basically right here. I'll move the I-beam kind of in position. Like that, right? What does the collider look like for this? Okay, so this needs to be... Can't be like that. It's got to be like this. Alright, so these... We have rotor brakes, which is good. That's fine. Now, we got to make sure that these don't individually do this, because that's going to cause binding. So how do we make that happen? We can do something like this. Strut from there to there. Okay? Now, if we do this, that means the strut, when it's going around like this, is just going to do that, and it's going to bind up anyway. Can't have that. So, let's do a little bit of trickery with the... Do a little bit of trickery with this. So, let's do something like this, and move these out of the way. Move them outside of the linear bearing, right here. That might cause a problem, but I don't think parts necessarily can collide with themselves.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Ghost One, 10 months, whoop whoop. Yeah, okay. That's never going to be exactly lined up. Okay, so, because that's never going to be exactly lined up, I don't want an off-balance rotating assembly. So, here's what we'll do. That one, I strutted from this one to this one. So I'm going to add another strut here, okay? I'm going to copy this, right? And then I'm going to strut here to there, like that. Okay? Actually, you know what? I need to make exactly sure that they're attached. The spinny parts are attached to each other, or else that's not going to work. So let's do something like this. Let's go out here like this. Yeah, Sebi, I don't know. I've never played this game before. Let's hit the road. One and one might be good enough. I don't want to go crazy with the part count. Ideally, I would want 2 struts to make sure that this is perfectly balanced, as all things should be. But the reality of that situation is that one from rotor to rotor, from the spinning part of the rotor to the other spinning part of the rotor, should be just fine. And I should just be able to move these together like that. And now that strut is connecting the spinning parts of the rotor. Now what we should do is take the non-spinning parts of the rotor, and we attach non-spinning part of the rotor to the other non-spinning part of the rotor. Like that. Dig that! This should get them to not play at all. They shouldn't move. Should get it nice and stiff and prevent binding from happening. So this strut can just be on the side here. Do you need both? I'm not sure. To be honest. I've never tried to get anything to this tight of a tolerance in KSP. This is going to need an even tighter tolerance than the gantry crane, man. And, okay, what I just demonstrated right there is why that needs to be on a sub-assembly as well. Which means it's going to take up more parts. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I know 62. Dusting off the cobwebs, dudes. It's taking a second. It's chiaroscuro shading. I've added some chiaroscuro shading. Not Kurosawa. At least I don't think. Chiaroscuro shading. I'll improve upon your methods. Drugdor strikes again. Kurosawa shading. Oh. Physicsless part could be the right move. But that means the axles will wrap. Each one of these bearings could wrap a little bit. They could wrap up the side of the rails. Let's try it this way. Let's try it this way. Alright, so I'll improve upon your methods. Drugdor strikes again. I'm thinking for a second, guys. Just give me a moment. Yeah, you know what? I'll go with the first way. It's going to be a little bit more parts, and it could create axle wrap, but here. So I'm going to attach these pieces on a cubic octag in sim like this, right? And then do the same thing that I just did again. So let's spread these apart like this. Give me this. They don't need to be in symmetry like that. Like that. Hey. Hey! There. Alright, move them so they're out of the way, the spinning parts of the hinges. Move them so they're out of the way. Now we know they need to be like this. Now I should just be able to... Yeah, you gotta run the struts every time. You gotta run the struts manual every time. Put grip pads on the rails. We're trying to lessen friction, not make more of it, Sunshine. Yeah, pretty much, Hip. The controls I know. It's the methods that I'm kind of like, okay, I gotta remember what would be the right way to do this. Basically, what I'm screwing around with in my head is whether I should attach this on a sub-assembly or whether I should attach the bearings right to the carrier. Now, why? What would be the difference? Well, this would be easier to do. Like, I could just duplicate it over and over again. Really easy. But, well, I just showed that I can't, so it doesn't really matter because it doesn't understand the struts. And that's probably because it's picking up on the symmetry node here and it's getting confused by it. I'm wondering what happens if I remove symmetry from these parts. But see, if we remove symmetry from these parts, then auto strut goes out the window. But yeah, see, even placing the subassembly, it doesn't run the struts correctly. So, alright, it doesn't matter. Cool, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try these directly attached to the carrier assembly, like this. And we'll figure out the spacing that they need. That's the spacing that they need because the collider from the rotor housing sticks out to about that blue line. So this is what we're gonna need to go with. That needs to have same vessel interaction on, and I'll screw with the controls later. So I'm gonna have one. Let's go with 2. Honestly, yeah, just 2 should be fine. We just got to make sure that they're evenly spaced. Let's see what 2 bearings will give us. And then we got to run the struts, right? What's that, Brimo? It's behind an ad blocker, so I don't really care. That's weird. Okay. Cool. A little weird. Ugh, you do care though. I can see the headline. Disney Market is getting into residential housing market story living. So it's kind of like Epcot, but it's kind of not. It's more like Celebration, which is fine, I guess. Planned Disney communities. What's that, Sebi? All right. You're using an ad blocker. You need to be inconvenienced so you can read this article. Okay. Here, let me pepper you with ads and steal your data. Do you accept cookies? Disney branded master planned home communities. This is just Celebration. Today the company announced Story Living by Disney, which will be part of the same division that oversees its theme parks, Disney Cruise Line, and other experience. First community, which will be known as Catino, and will include 1,900 housing units and will be in Palm Springs city of Rancho Mirage, California. Incredible fan for all things Disney. Our fans who look to new ways of doing it. This is an Epcot. This is a freaking cash grab. Boomers are moving into retirement. They're going to be moving into retirement communities. Why not have a Disney branded retirement community? Gross. That's not Epcot. That's disgusting. not all retirement though, just sections. Yeah, but it's not. You know, my thing is that it's not really about making a prototype community of tomorrow. It's not really trying to push the envelope of the human condition like what the original Epcot was supposed to do. This is just, let's make a Disney themed apartment, or not apartment, Disney themed gated community, which is just all right. Okay, that's neat, I guess. Vulcan, ahoy, guess who just built something really cool? Me. No, you? You?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
7, 5-month resub. Thanks, man. That probably won't be cheapo housing if it's just not. That's not Epcot. Dude, I can't help but think that Walt would be not too incredibly happy with Disney right now. That always occupies the back of my mind, dude. I like Disney a lot, I really do. But I like Walt Disney's Disney. I'm not sure what Disney is nowadays, man. I'll send you some pictures later. It's the same scale Lego Falcon 9 to go with my Saturn V. Cool. That's neat. Alright. So now we have our main tracks. Now we need these ones here. Yeah, rings, yeah, I'm not... Like, I still like Disney World and stuff, man, I'm just... Meh. Yeah, for every bearing that we make, I'm going to have to custom put the struts into position, which is kind of annoying. But then again, I only really need to do it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times. That's fine. Let's just test to see if this bearing works. Yeah, let's take a look-see. Let's take a look. Yeah, Tessa, uh-huh. Tessa, crazy. Oh. You gotta attach the freaking guide beams to the right thing, idiot. No, that's cool, 5 rings. Neat. I mean, you're still springs in my mind. Just kidding, man. Yeah, Halsey, sure. Alright, here's how we're gonna have to do this. undid my
Discovery,
symmetry
go at
because it
throttle.
doesn't like sim on sim. Okay. Start over. Tessa, nice. 69-month resub. Appreciate it. So, like, dude, oftentimes it's just me honing in on, like, when I'm sitting here thinking all the time, it's just me honing in on what's the best way to make this. Like, I guess the real life equivalent would be the best workflow to manufacture the thing. And I think I got it now. So that goes there. That. Put it down to the wire. Yeah, it was a good game. Tessa, I wasn't too happy about the flags, but hey. Whatever. I didn't really have a horse in this race, to be honest with you. I'm just kind of happy, believe it or not, as a Patriots fan, that it was somebody different. You know, it wasn't us, it wasn't somebody else. It's cool to see other people in the Super Bowl. I mean, but then again, I say that after winning as much as we did, so who knows? I was really kind of pulling for Cincinnati, I'll be honest with you. And they did good, it's just, yeah. I guess when I feel like it happened. I didn't give a date on it, dude. I just, yeah. Just, all these things with the chopsticks. People have been saying, you know, oh, make that in KSP, make that in KSP. And I'm like, you know what? I should make this in KSP. Actually, yep, okay. Alright. Revert that to where I placed it. Like that. On both of these. And then, if I copy it, the struts should carry over. Nice. Excellent. Cool. You like that? Yeah, swag, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people dig it, so I'm in. You son of a gun, I'm in. Alright, so that needs to go there. Basically, I put the bearings into I got the linear bearings into a state where if I copy it, it'll attach the struts every time, and then I just got to do some slight modifications. Just move the struts. This should be the easiest way to make the bearings fastest. And make sure that everything is perfect. So that needs to be like that, and then this needs to be like that. There's the final product there. Right there. There we are. Okay, so this one should be good to move into position. And what I'm going to do as a guide is put something in mirror sim right here and put it where I need this thing to go, but slightly away from its finalized position. And then I'll use that as a guide here to move the actual bearing piece into position, just like that. Now we move those out to show exactly where this needs to be. And then I take this thing down here, copy it, paste it, move the bearings, move these struts out, like that. Then I take this, move the struts out. One slight modification. Make sure I do the same modifications across the board. We don't need the bearings being asymmetric. Even modifying this in the position that it's in right now may have changed it. So, bye-bye. All about that QA, chat. That's very important. Even in Kerbal. Me modifying that when it was rotated 90 degrees as opposed to not being rotated 90 degrees can mess with it. That can change things. And stuff won't work correctly. Even that's QA. Making sure that everything is manufactured the exact same way so you get the same result every time. Very, very important. In fact, I'm gonna, this time around, we'll rotate these things in like that. Sanjay, you have no idea what you're doing. Looks like you made a Kraken drive inadvertently there. That's kind of funny. The landing gear is colliding with the I-beam and it's pushing you up because you're Kraken driving it. My buddy is a precision machinist making radars for jet fighters. Cool. This is basically the equivalent, Five Rings. The workflow that you do in the KSP editor is basically, this is precision machining. Making sure that every one of my linear bearings gets made the exact same way every time. Exactly the same. Now, what I gotta do is I gotta test to see if the struts still run correctly in that position. They don't. See that? They kind of do. All I really need to do is just rotate that down. Cool. Alright. Alright, get rid of that. But you know what? I'm just going to make sure... Yeah, see? If I move that down like that, and then I copy it, will it come in the same every time? Yep. Okay, cool. Dunk that. I don't need to rotate those in. It's a needless process. So, that's the starter piece. Now we want to make these bearings. We want to make 2 of them. So, let me get 2 of these. Alright. Now, let's... Those need to be down a little bit. Let's change the master file. Okay, now they're symmetrical. Bruh. Using old Tesla rulers again? No, not really. Not this time. Sorry if this seems a little bit tedious. This is going to be important. It needs to be perfect. It has to be perfect or else it's going to bind. Just like SpaceX has to be perfect. I mean, SpaceX did get it pretty damn perfect the first time, which is pretty awesome actually. Alright. Last, does it really matter how the struts are shown? Yes. Not these ones up here, Ozzy. No. This one, yeah. Long story short, the strut has a collider, and I don't want that collider interfering with the track. That's why I need to move these out of the way. This is, I made this nice and symmetrical, but just because I want these ones. I mean, that actually really doesn't matter. This thing right here, that doesn't matter. But oh, I did notice that these struts were offset. They are in offset positions. What the hell's going on here? You know what? It doesn't matter. Those don't need to be like that. So let's just make sure that these are all in the complete centered position. Like they're all snapped to an absolute. So they're all in the same relative spots every time. Okay, there we go. Those are perfectly symmetrical. All right. So now let me make sure that I can copy this and all the struts placed correctly. So that one needs all to be messed with just a little bit. It doesn't come in a perfect position every time. Neither does that one. Okay, screw that. That's not... On the copied one, the struts aren't being run the same way for some weird reason. I'm not exactly sure why. See how down here? See how the strut is attached? Where the corners are just poking out on both sides? If I copy this thing and I place it... See? See the difference? Even if I slap... Oh, okay. Snap that thing into absolute, then it's right back into the position. Now, what happens if I absolute snap that? It's offset. What the hell? It offsets to the right. Why? See the difference? This one, you can't see that gray stripe that's right there, but you can see it very clearly there. What the heck? Why would it do that? Why would it inherit an offset? That makes no sense. Hey, Daphne, I'm glad you like it. Hey, Rocket Guy, what's up? Something about this stream just seems right, but not the right stuff, of course. Now that has a completely new meaning, unfortunately. Yeah, the struts are inheriting some weird transform data. Yeah, that's strange. Okay, so make sure we get our manufacturing process figured out. So you want to copy the linear bearing, you take it, you move one side. Just move that. That's all you got to move. And then that one is in the right position. This one. There. Now they're perfectly symmetrical. All you got to do is modify the right side. That's it. Okay, so I'm going to take our master copy. I'm just going to put it down there. Right? Well, that's the master copy. That's the one I made. So these two are duplicates. So now I got to move these out of the way. Once again, the strut has a collider shape. Both sides of it. They have a collider shape. The collider shape is a circle. It's a similar collider to the RCS bearings. And I don't want that getting bound up on the rails. I just want the head of the rotor hitting that. So we just got to move these out of the way. Don't worry, they will not collide because I don't have them set to same vessel collision. I don't have them set the same vessel collision, so I want to do the same process down here. Okay, now we take the bearings and we make them meet in the center like that. Oh, not the right workflow. Delete it. New. Adjust these first. Adjust that first. Okay, adjust that. That one always needs to move a little bit. Adjust that one. That needs to move a little bit. Now, move these into position like that. And trust me, guys, like, this is how, like, this isn't needless. I know for a fact that Kerbal needs this precision engineering if you want something to work correctly. You need to do this way. And it needs to be the exact same way every time. The exact same workflow, the exact same process every time, or else stuff's gonna break. I know that from making the gantry crane, I know that from making the pads, I know that from making a bunch of different things. Ronan Pond, another KSP guy, thinks that it's because the struts aren't placed as parts, they are added as physics and have a start point. Yeah, it's possible. Oh. Okay, so the next step in the process here is moving these into position, but I didn't move the bearings into position, which means I moved that out of the correct workflow. Bye-bye. So the next process here would be to take these 4 ticks in. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. That's the finished bearing. Make sure that those have the same vessel collision on the rotors. SVI is on there. SVI is on there. SVI is on there. SVI is on there. Okay. Now that one's ready for placement. Take this one. Nope, didn't place it right. Won't run the struts correctly. There we go. Adjust the right side first. Adjust the 2 left struts. Move these in. Nope, don't move them in. And you wonder why SpaceX goes through so many prototypes, because this is basically how they do it. I'm doing this manufacturing basically exactly how SpaceX does it. Make a new prototype, figure out the steps as you go. As opposed to NASA, who figures out all the steps first and then puts that into practice and then writes the rule book, or writes the book based off of what they found. It's a very different way of doing it. So these ones out. Okay, these ones move in 3 ticks. 1, 2, 3, and then 4 ticks this way. Okay, those 2 bearings are ready for testing. Yeah, banana time. I felt like playing it today. Yeah. Okay, now we're gonna move these into position. Oh, so Rocket Guy, you want to write the code for Starship and this stage 0 catch? Easy mode? Rocket Guy, I might have you do that for the new thing we're cooking up, man. If you want to. Or at least teach me how to do it. That'd be kind of neat. KSP should be easy. Sweet. Alright, those are in position. No variations, yeah. Savage, Thomas. Okay, I need to make a modification to the master file here. Okay, make sure those have same vessel collision on them from the start. All right, now let's find another guide. Find the other spot where we want the guide piece. Now, how many ticks is this from the top? Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ticks from the top of the SRB. So let's go down to the bottom of the SRB. Find where the collider is. Collider's at the beginning of the nozzle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's amazing. I got the same combination on my luggage. Okay, that's the final position. Let's manufacture 2 more of these, and let's see if these work. Nope, don't want this in symmetry like that. Even placing it, or even the suggestion to place it in symmetry, in radial symmetry, can screw up the nodes. Known bug in Kerbal. Well, not a known bug. It's more of just logic function, I guess. Nope, didn't place it right. Okay, let's do the process more over this time. So 1, 2, 3. Nope, bad. I'm gonna do it one at a time. Three ticks in. Four ticks that way. 1 good bearing. Copy it again. Okay, 2 good bearings. Now we just line them up with the guide pieces that we have here. Come on. Purple. That was weird. I hit tilde and it screwed up all the commands. It changed a bunch of things. Okay. Keep our prototype right there. Okay. We don't need the guide pieces anymore. Get rid of those. I'll leave my master prototype. I probably shouldn't have it on the movable part. I should remake it. I should remake it down here on the root part so it doesn't screw anything up. Even copying it, though, I'm worried that it could mess something up. Nope, seems alright. It's the same workflow, right? Like... Okay. Yep, same workflow. Save. See what she does. I don't see any attachment points. Does your Starship sit on the stand? I never did the hold down points hypersonic because when I made this, I didn't know what the hold down points looked like. Straight up. Yeah, they weren't designed yet when I built this pad last. Just the orbital launch tower had been made. Looks good though, right? Kind of looks like it. The struts don't run, Cientic. If I put one and I do all those fine movements that I need with the struts and then I go to copy it, it doesn't run the struts. I need the struts to run, and they don't. So... Nothing centering it on the tracks. That's why they're drifting a little bit. It's still working, but this is hitting that. Now the outside piece of this housing is colliding with that, and they're not centered on the rails. That'll cause binding, but a good result, nonetheless. Yeah, I mean, guys, you want to know why aerospace engineering is hard? Every single piece on a rocket is made like this. Every single piece. Everything. From the nozzle all the way up to the avionics, everything is precision engineered like this. It's not just, okay, this is good. This is why very rarely do you see off-the-shelf parts. It's very uncommon to do that. Most of the stuff is made in-house. Engines, tankage, pipes, all that's made in-house. Because everything has to be precision engineered. It has to be perfect. There's no exception. And this isn't out of some crazy obsessive compulsion to get it oh, it has to be perfect. No. It has to be like that. Or else it's not going to work. You see how long it took me to place 4 frigging rotors? It's taken me an hour to get that thing right. Think about that with a million moving parts on a rocket. Every part has to be done like this. Some parts take months to make. Some parts take months to manufacture, months to develop. Like a freaking valve takes a month to get the design, and then that's not even making it. Yeah, they're trying to, yeah, exactly, Rocket Guy. What a lot of people are doing, SpaceX pioneered this, is trying to use off-the-shelf components to see if something is precision engineered enough. Like Falcon 9's avionics is off-the-shelf components. Well, off-the-shelf at this point, but you get the idea.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Ah, that sucks, Panta. Oh well. Well, Bum, we'll engineer it. We'll engineer our own. That's why I like Kerbal, because you can do that. All right, so this was a good prototype. That worked. So you know what? You know what the funny thing is? If this was real aerospace engineering, take this thing out back, scrap it. If this was SpaceX, this design, good. It performed well. It slid back and forth. No good. We need a guide to make it so it doesn't move this way, like left to right on your screen from our camera orientation. You don't want it to do this. Because if it can do that, it can do this. Binding. No good. So, this thing was cool. Did it run those struts after copying? Nope. See? See, it didn't run the strut. That center strut, it ran the outer struts, but not the center struts. That's why I need to make the bearings by hand every time. So, bye-bye. Okay, now let me go over here and now I need runners. I'm gonna do that. Alright, let me copy the rotor. Alright, now I need to look at the I-beam collider. Where does the collider on the I-beam start on the side axis like this? Yep. Moving those cards to a slightly higher angle and not 90 degrees would solve that without much further changing and no more part count. 90 degrees, silly phone. Moving these cards to a slightly higher angle. You're still gonna need idler arms like this, Rocket Guy. Am I wrong? The idler arms don't need to be as structural as this. They just need to hold it in place. Now, the absolute snap tolerance there is not the best. You know what? That'll work. It'll be good enough. Okay. But see, now we got to think about this. This is a lot of parts. Each bearing is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 parts. And we need 10 of them. So that's 170 parts worth of bearings. It's a lot of parts. See? It just clips a little bit in. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. That way it'll kind of hold it in position. Perhaps not, since moving them around slightly further around the back of that column will negate any swinging. Well, I think, Rocket Guy, I think that this is going to work, honestly. I think this one will be the right move. We'll find out, though. Here, let me... Wait, what angle are you looking to change, Rocket Guy? Hold on. Just for my kind of brain to do good, what more like. Okay. Nope. Change that on the master prototype. Doing one absolute snap forward is not going to screw with this too much. Those might end up hitting the SRB, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, so there's one bearing that's made. Let's see. Are our guide bearings clipping into the SRB? Visually, yes. With the collider, though? Nope. That'll work. All right, cool. Let's make 3 more of them. All right. Yeah, once again, I can't copy these things because of the precision strut placement. I can't just copy it over and over again. It won't run the struts correctly. The game will get confused because this strut is clipping. And it has to be, or else the design isn't going to work correctly. Which I know is a pain in the butt. It's annoying that I have to do this every time. But once again, sometimes that... See, that's what I mean. That's a manufacturing bottleneck that I really can't get around. There's no other way to do that. There's really no other way to get that done correctly. Because I can't copy the strut. So I have to do hand placement of the strut. So every time I place the stupid thing, I have to move the struts around. Which is why I got the bearing design to a point where I could copy it and the struts still take. And then we have to move stuff around. And once again, you know, like, I'm trying to do this with the least amount of parts. In reality, SpaceX has, like, a row of these things here. They would have, like, 4 or 5 of them. And then, believe it or not, the bearings are on a tank tread, which is... That's actually pretty neat. I did notice something, though. I think the beam might collide with the base plates there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yo, yay, KSP. All right, I'm going to set this to local orientation, which means they're set on an absolute orientation. So if I rotate it to 90 and we set to local, these could go... See what I mean? Nope, I just broke that bearing. Lovely. Which means I got to remake that again. I'm sorry, guys. These have to go back a little bit because I'm worried about clearance. So... Local, the shifted orientation of that thing threw off the symmetry node because I made it when it was facing this way, when it was aligned with mirror symmetry. So if I rotate it 90, it's going to try to align the symmetry node 90 degrees offset, which is why it destroyed that bearing. Neo, 9-month resub. I'm glad you like it. Yay, KSP. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. The placement of these carts, you have them 90 degrees from the column. I suggest moving them to 120 or something so that the way they're placed partially negates side fumbling and swinging. Okay, so the longitudinal angle, Rocket Guy. So instead of having them like this, you want them like this. I'd have to redo the tracks. I need a reciprocating dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. Yeah, but Rocket Guy, I do see what you're saying, yeah. Okay, 1. Those into position. Now we move these back. 3 ticks. 3 ticks. Arms the 4-second fuse. Another 3 disarms it. How long did you say the fuse was? Oh, grow up, 007. I'll say the pen was mightier than the sword. Thanks to me, they were right. Okay, that bearing's good to go. Move this into position. Okay. All right, 2. Okay. Sorry, I'm just keeping the workflow in my head, so I'm not giving the most exciting commentary. I'm just making sure that the bearings are all made the exact same way. Three. 4. Heavy barrel! Sorry. My fault. Engineer away. Oh, I will. All right. Okay, remove the guides. We have our prototype over there intact. Save this. Spacing is good on the new bearings. It won't jump. It shouldn't rocket. Imprecise gliders, dude. It shouldn't. But we'll find out. I don't think it's going to. Yeah, rocket guy. Yeah, no. I don't. This is what I was suggesting. Yeah, I get you. I honestly kind of wanted to make it like SpaceX, but you're like a step ahead of me. I want to make it like SpaceX. See if that translates correctly into Kerbal. And if it doesn't, then your idea is probably a good way to do it. They're jumping a little bit, dude. Differential RPM. Basic question. What are experiment containers used for? How do I integrate it? You go to other planets, conduct experiments, and then you could put the science in the container, and then yeah, take that back with you. Hey Luke, what's going on? Yep, see that tolerance is wrong. It's not correct. Not for space-based science, that's correct. See, that one isn't even rotating, it's just because we're bending the axle out of the way, it's just messing it up. Yeah, okay. Hang on. Oh, I probably need to move these up. I think they're hitting each other because they're both set the same vehicle collision. Yeah, that might not be the reason why we're binding. It's spreading the bearings apart. Okay, I got it. Yes, Phantom. Mm-hmm. So, honestly, here's what we can do. Rotate these back 90 degrees, and then just literally take these, and this shouldn't screw with anything. Just move them up. And I just need to do that every time over here. The tolerances are hell. That's not bad, Sunshine. Not a bad way to do it. Yeah, it's precision. It's got to be precise, dude. That's it. It's the reality. I still think we're going to run into some problems. For whatever reason, over here, those tolerances didn't seem as bad, but they definitely, yeah, no, they definitely are. They're pretty crap. It doesn't look too tight over here. Yeah, it does. Okay. On the master model, I'll just move that and save. All right. I changed the spacing. Let's see if that changes anything. We'll see. Yeah, I acted. We're here. Yeah, those are binding a little bit. The other bearings, though, real crisp. See how that one is walking? It's going... It's walking out a little bit. Yeah, that's no good. We gotta adjust that. Just a little bit. It doesn't need to be adjusted much. The operation should be smooth, like this. They shouldn't walk much. But see why I need to move that strut out of the way? The strut would be hitting this thing right now. It would be same vessel collision and it would be hitting it. And that would cause the wheel to work like a cam. You like that, Ono? Let's try it fast. Ready? Why would the strut glide if you have SVI turned on? Because it's a physics-less part. Physics-less part, if you attach it, if you attach a physics-less part to a part that has SVI on, usually because it's a physics-less part, it inherits the characteristics. Usually. I could be misremembering that, I don't know. And honestly, Banana Time, that's the key why I did. That's the reason why I did this the way that I did, because I wasn't sure. So I just moved it out of the way. I mean, to be honest, we might not even need the struts, but I mean, right now, like if we were just making a trolley that just goes up and down like an elevator, this would be fine. It would be perfect. But you got to remember, when we have 120 tons of Starship or whatever hanging off the side of this thing, these things are going to want to bind. So they have to be precise. If they're binding right now a little bit, when there's nothing attached to this, they're going to bind a lot when there's something attached to it, which still, like, that's the reason why, like, I'm like, I can't believe what SpaceX did. I can't believe they nailed it pretty much on the first try. Like, they lifted up the bags of water, right? They lifted up the bags of water, and that was a pretty good indicator of what was going to happen. And I noticed that after they lifted up the bags of water, sorry, there's just a weird noise, I think. Yep. Sorry. After they lifted up the bags of water, I noticed they scraped the paint off of the rails, which tells me that theirs bound up a little bit too. Just a little bit. The tolerances were enough that a coat of paint was throwing it off. That's why they scraped the paint off the rails. On this rate, SLS won't be competitive. It doesn't have to be, but all right. Nelson says that NASA wants to establish a cadence of about 1 crew lunar mission per year. Yeah, it'll go up, Forge. It will. It'll go up. There's scalability all over SLS's contracts that says they're going to scale up to, and at the very, like, they've planned out to doing at least 4 missions per year. I can tell you that right now. All you gotta do is go read NASA's contracts. I think they're going to establish a certain cadence in the beginning of 1 launch per year, which is fine. Personally, I think 4. I think launching every quarter to the moon is fine. That should give you enough right now. But once again, it should give you enough to give it enough time in between missions to turn around the VAB and the pad and whatnot. But you need 2 high bays. You would need 2 high bays to do that. Yeah. But once again, NASA wants to retool high bay 1 as well. So, lumber buff tune, Bober duck fleet binder. Yep. All right. So, I'm gonna leave those for a second. We need to go in here and we need to screw around with tolerances again. But it needs to be tolerances on these. I think we nailed those pretty much on the first try, which is pretty cool. They're still a little, I noticed that they're a little bit off. They're not exact, but it should be good enough for what we're doing. Now let me move the I-beam into position like this.
For March of 1989, near normal precipitation, I should say, near normal temperature in March, and above normal precipitation, an active storm track will keep cooking on the East Coast here in March as well. And the storm dates the 5th and 6th, 10th through the 12th, the 16th through the 18th.
On the master, we can move those in. Be with us. With 1 launch a year, that's over $350,000 per minute for science on the surface of the moon. Okay, so now these ones need to be set to a specific angle. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to put these on a cubic octag. The reason is because I can't use absolute to snap them into position like I can with these other bearings. That's why we got lucky. Absolute snapping pretty much it was pretty much perfect. Yeah. I noticed that that hinge is still doing this just a little bit, which might end up coming back to bite us later, but it should, you know, I really don't want to spend 4 hours just precision engineering this stuff and never get a test in. I think that these might be good enough, but I'm pretty sure under load they will bind as well. But you know, in reality, I would say, all right, stop. Let's just remake it, redo it. But It's okay. So here's absolute, right? And I'm going to make it so the cubic octag, right, will be set to an absolute position. Right? So it basically just got to move it right. You know what? I'll keep it in the centered position because that's what makes the most sense. And then we move these. Oh, they're too far out. That's the position they were in before, right? Actually, you know what? I'm going to move it one tick off center, like that. And then these go right here, and then I had them there. Okay, now we know that that's binding. That's not good enough. So let's go in here. So now I'm just gonna I'm gonna turn off snap. And we're gonna do this. That should be good. See, now those are precision fitted, but I can now, because they're parented to that cubic octag, I can still count on them to do absolute snap to make sure that they're in the right spot. So when we go down here like this, let me move these out of the way. Let me move the I-beam out of the way. Take this. See how they're almost there, but they're not? They're close, but they're not exactly in the same spots where the absolute snap is. That slight offset from the cubic octag should be what we're looking for. Okay, we gotta upgrade the design. You know what? Just to not create as much workflow for myself, I'm going to leave the guide, just the placement guide pieces in position, because it doesn't really matter if they're not there or not. Reason behind 2 cars and not just one long one. Part count. Part count. Mostly XJ. Yeah. It's just part count. Now what I can do, save myself some time here, is we can move these all into the right position like this. It should be okay to do this operation on the existing bearings. We can retrofit them. It shouldn't be a problem. Okay. Okay, that bearing's fixed, or, well, fixed, quote unquote. That should be right. What kind of systems do the real chopsticks use to move? Something that they're called linear bearings, you know? See? It's basically a bunch of circular bearings on a tank tread. Believe it or not, the bearings rotate around. It's like if you took a ball bearing and stretched it. It's called a linear bearing. And then you have 4 circular bearings at each corner to go left, right to make sure that the thing doesn't do this on the track right there. Yeah. There's 2 of these on each post, and the chopsticks and the carrier are attached to 3 posts. So there's 2, 4, 6 bearings on the bottom part of the carrier, and then there's 2, 4, and 6 on the top of the carrier. Well, the bearings have lubricants, man. It wouldn't just slide, you know? I'm trying to emulate that in KSP. See, what I'm doing is I'm doing something like what SpaceX would do. I'm rapidly prototyping the bearing design and kind of eliminating guesswork as I go. Yeah, this is pretty much how SpaceX does this. How SpaceX does their engineering. I always talk about how they do their engineering, but KSP is a really good way to demonstrate it. Basically, put a prototype out, test it. Whatever you found, make modifications to the next one, test it again. All right. What kind of system? All right, I already answered that, Neo. Yeah. But in terms of, like, Neo, if you're not talking about the bearings, if you're talking about how they, like, actually lift stuff, it's just a winch. There's winches that are down here. There's 2 of them. There's one on this side with a cable that goes up, and then there's another one over here with a cable that goes up. And then at the top of the tower, that cable is on a pulley, and that pulley goes to here. And then the other pulley goes to here. One pulley attaches on a pulley wheel that's out front right here, and the other one is right here. And then watch. So there's your pulleys. There's 2 of them on either side. One of them goes to that first wheel. The other one goes to the second wheel. The second wheel goes down and loops over a bunch of times, right? And then it's the same cable now. It loops over a bunch of times, and then after it loops through this pulley system a bunch of times, it goes up and it connects to this wheel, and that connects to the other winch. So SpaceX can either use one winch at a time and lower one wheel, and it'll go down slowly, or you can do both at the same time and it'll move really fast. Yeah. There's 2 winches, 2 gigantic oil rig winches that are at the bottom of the pad. Big. They're huge. They're the size of a Mack truck. This is basically how an elevator works, guys. It's just an elevator. But it's an elevator that can move 120 tons at a time, which is just absurd. And it's basically the pulley equivalent of being geared, looping over itself a bunch of times here. The pulleys are down at the bottom of the pad. They're down here. See this triangular housing? There's one behind me too. There's another one right here. It's over there. It's on the back sides of it. They're basically the two pulley housings are like right here and right here. They go out a little bit. What powers the whole system? The pulleys and electricity, mostly. Yeah, electricity is what moves the pulleys. What else would move them? Honest question. That'd be cool if there's a huge diesel engine down there, like turning the thing, but yeah. Got links for space news. Cool. Oh, well. Well, those are nice. It's got a Cummins. Yeah, I'm not sure a Cummins could move these winches, man. I'm not sure a 6BT could do it. Novus, excuse me, when join? Excuse me, when join? Excuse me. Alright, let's test the upgraded system.
Discovery, go at
Honey
throttle.
Piston, 34-month resub. Another one. Yeah. See, that one's turning. And that one's turning. Hey, Nazalik, I'm doing all right. And I'll be hiring an analyst to support my company's corporate jet program in the next month or two. If anyone in the NYC area, is based, is interested. Cool. Yeah, he just misspoke, Mars. He's not the best orator around. That's why I miss Jim so much. Yeah, see? Now it's not touching that one at all. We're too far out.
Should we wait until tonight?
Saw this today and thought of you. What's up?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cool. Neat. That's just a teeny weeny bit out, which is kind of crazy. I'm kind of amazed that that's not touching. You see how one of the rotors on the vertical bearings are moving? One of them is moving, the other one isn't. That's very interesting. Are we getting any deflection at all? No, nothing. What happens if we engage the motor? Do both of them move? Nope. Interesting. How's it built so far? It's not bad. Yeah, see? That's not... Yeah, it's too much. Which means this thing is still doing this a little bit. It's not going perfectly straight up and down. But, I mean, guys, we should be getting up to space news here. So, do you want to... I could go forward and try to make the whole thing, the whole carriage here, but we are going to have tolerance problems. Yeah, we're going to have bearing tolerance problems. This thing is going to bend because those are out. They're not correct. I could take the time to fix it. We could do that. I could take the time to fix the thing. It would take longer. Or we could try to go for like a full version of it right now if you really wanted to. I don't know, Flankin. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know, man. Okay, so those rotors are too close. I snapped those to absolute. So these ones are too close, those ones are too far. So right there. Hey, what the heck is that? Not a variety streamer now. Yeah, yep. I felt like playing KSP today. Sorry. Sorry, I guess. Okay, so if we want to make another prototype, I know that these are set correctly. They're set where they need to be. Well, I want to try making, I want to try making the full carriage. Yeah, so if I need to make, well, some of these bearings that I'm going to make are going to be correct, right? Well, it would be, you're guessing if that's going to be correct. You know, I don't know that for sure. Yeah, I told you, JSP, there's a lot of scenarios where streamers kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah, nope, I'm not going to be impatient. See, this is the point where I usually rush my work, and I'm like, you know... This is the point where I usually rush it, and then I don't get a tolerance right, and then we end up trying to chase that bug out of the design for like the next 3 weeks. Screw that. Give me 1 second, guys. Space News is going to be out a little bit. Let me fix this. Trust me, you're gonna. If I can nail the chopstick design, it's gonna be way cooler than Space News, man. It's gonna be way cooler. So let me get rid of these. And these ones have adjusted tolerance now, so... One, two, three, four. FCC. License granted for space exploration technologies. Experimental orbital demo and recovery test of the Starship test vehicle from Boca Chica. March 1st through September 1st, 2022. Alright, well that's neat. Still need the FAA license, dudes. Good to know. Like, that's neat. Yeah, Tessa, as much as I want to get my hopes up, you know. It's a bunch of frequency stuff. It's just the communications. Graph, it's just communications, dudes. That's it. That's one component that you need to do an orbital with Starship. But that's just for the communications. That's not for, you know, the actual permit to launch, you know? I wish. But no, the FAA is... I want to say that they're dragging their feet, but I know it's more complicated than that, and I know that that's not what's going on. But I want to say it, but I know that's not true. And Lord knows, I know a lot of people in chat think that. I saw a lot of dissenting opinions about that one yesterday, so. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's a good idea to piss in the FAA's pool, to be honest. Bro, Andy, that's a really stupid idea. That's a really dumb thing to do right now. If you really want my honest opinion. You know, they say they're taking your time, and you say, why are you going so slow? You suck. You know what they're going to do? They're going to take more time. Frick you. Yeah. Yeah. So how about we don't do that? Look, you can say, well, that's not really how that works. Boeing did it with the 737 MAX. The FAA is the one that said, hell no, you ain't flying that no more. And they grounded it, and they cost Boeing billions of freaking dollars. Because Boeing said, no, it's fine. And they go, no, it's not fine. It's killing people, you idiot. Don't piss off the FAA. They're not your friend, but they ain't your enemy either, though. That's important to understand. They're there to make sure that that implementation is safe. Simple as that, dudes. That one is in place correctly. Don't go pissing in their freaking cornflakes, man. Not a good idea. Okay. So what's the difference between doing it at Starbase versus the Cape? The pad is like 90% complete, pretty much. But, bro, Andy, that's not your question. I know that's not your question. What's the difference? You don't have the range. the Cape has the benefit of EIRs done from pretty much every single rocket that's ever flown there over time. Yeah. It's a different environment. That probably has something to do with it. It's a different climate, slightly different climate than Florida, so that probably has something to do with it, you know. Surely the FAA would have no reason to be against Starship. They're not against Starship, boys. They ain't against Starship. What they are against is going at something that's under their jurisdiction willy-nilly. You want to make sure that you do it right. Make sure that they get that done correctly. What do we, Bro Handy, I mean, you want to know a big difference? The big difference is this is a commercially operated spaceport. It's much more like an airport for space than it is like a launch site, like a space center. Differences. This isn't like Mojave where they just tacked spaceport onto the name and said, congratulations, bros, first spaceport. Doesn't work that way. This is like an actual spaceport. Like flights to and from orbit every week. That is going to screw with the environment in ways that we've not previously seen. I don't know how, but it will. It's important to understand those ways and before, you know, a Starship careens out of control and crashes into South Padre Island or something. You know what I mean? Like, what are the effects here? What are the potential problems that could exist? What are the potential benefits? What are the, like, what impact is it going to have? You have to understand that stuff. Also, what type of hurricanes does Boca Chica get? It would probably be a good idea to do an EIR on that stuff. Well, the programmatic assessment. You don't want your launch pad falling into the ocean, do you? Just food for thought. I think they're about the same, Crocker, to be honest. Yeah, that's how I got a bunch of them. Yeah, the proximity to the south, yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, the Rio Grande Valley is a wildlife. It's a national park, guys. You know, if we were launching rockets at Yellowstone, don't you think somebody would be concerned? Like if a rocket crashed into the geyser or something, that you probably don't. See what I mean? Like, you got, like, once again, you know, I want to be like, no, my God, you're taking so long. I want to, but I know good and well that it's more complicated than that, dude. It's not just this or that. It's way more complicated than that, dudes. And I hate admitting it because I want to see that damn thing launch too. It's gonna be awesome. I want them to get going. It seems like they're stalling, but it's really not how that works. Guys, you got to understand, if the FAA just said, yeah, it's fine, and then, you know, like a Starship or a super heavy booster missed and crashed and killed an indigenous species or something, that creates more problems down the road, right? That creates more problems down the road. Now you got people that are now you got people that are pissed off at SpaceX. And they're pissed off at SpaceX because the FAA didn't do their homework. And that could ruin commercial spaceflight as an endeavor. And they could have said, nope, we didn't do this right. Don't ever do it again. Nope. There's too much of a risk. Does that sound like the government to you? Sounds right to me. Let them take their time. Trust me on this one. You take your time now with that type of regulation. Down the road, SpaceX will be able to operate with impunity. Right? You have to understand the impact here. That's super freaking important. Because once again, you know, what if SpaceX makes a power plant and that power plant kills the indigenous tree frog or whatever? Now you got Greenpeace up your tail. Now you got the EPA up your tail. Now you got NOAA up your tail. Like, you don't want that. No one wants that. No one wants that. Let's make sure we go through the right avenues and get it done correctly now. Because if you get everybody to be on board with it and you get everybody to be like, yep, okay, this is fine, then they can't complain later. You already said this was fine. Nope. Sorry, not how this works. Trust me. Let the FAA do their thing. Don't worry, the fourth launch pad will be fine with the fourth one, lad. That's stayed up. Bingo. That one's walking out just a little bit, but I'd say this is good enough. Down here. Worried about that. Brace for space news. Nah, I'm alright. I'm gonna say that that's good enough. Hey, bud, how's it going? I'd love to see Starship launch 3 times a week. It'd be sweet. I'm with you on that one, Clayton, but it's gonna take time. You know, you can't just go from the Wright Flyer to a 747, dudes. It's gonna take time. Heck, Boeing tested the 747 for years before, you know, they said it was good to go. They started that project good while ago, before it started flying. Good while before it started flying. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so now we need to make the carriers. I'd say that this design is good. The tolerances left-right are just a teeny bit off. And I might eventually need to make an adjustable design like this. But I think this is right. That test was invalid. Right there. That's not placed correctly. That's where it's supposed to be. Is every other one of these placed correctly? Yep. That's why the whole thing was getting knocked out of alignment. I need to do another test. I need to test it again. Why do they call it a milk crate? Because it's a crate that holds milk? What? A milk crate? What are you talking about? The rocket stand, they call it a milk crate. No, they call it a milk stool, you dope. Milk stool, not milk crate. They call it a milk stool because it looks exactly like the stool that you use to sit down next to a cow and milk it. Milk stool. Prey, you still here? Look. That thing being offset just a little bit was screwing up the whole thing. Now everything is moving at the same RPM. Perfect. Alright. I'm going to do something here. I'm going to go in here like this. And I'm going to go move the play position to 10. Set it to 10%, which should screw with the play speed a little bit. I'm going to call that a win. The Wright Flyer is an awesome piece of engineering for its time. Yeah. Yeah. They're a little bit out, Prey. See? It's a little bit out. Just a tiny bit. Left to right, they need to move in just a little bit. But I think we should be okay. Yeah, that's straight as a board, man. It ain't going nowhere. Watch. You gotta say that. You gotta say, that ain't going nowhere. Because if you don't say it, then it'll break. You gotta say it's not going anywhere, and then it won't. If you tie something down, you don't say, that's not going nowhere. You gotta say that. That's important. How much load? I wonder how much load this thing can take. The more precise I make it now, it should be better later. I mean, that thing ain't moving. That's not going anywhere. I recall the last time I said that when we were testing the SSDO, it blew up in my face. That's not going anywhere. It's solid as a rock. Well, all right. It should have been a pretty big red flag that there was a structural defect in the SSDO's design. Really, really wish I'd picked up on that. It's almost like, physics tell you that there's a problem. They'll let you know. They'll let you know, hey, it's me, your friend physics. Something isn't right with this. Oh, yeah? Yeah. No, Tessa, I was never doing that. I moved the struts out of the way on purpose. The spherical collider is just a way for them to break even more. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I never was doing that. I was saying before, I don't know if you misheard or something. I was saying before that I was moving them out of the way so that doesn't happen. Starship and Kerbal. Parts of the pad nuggets. I'm prototyping the linear bearings. I want to see if I can make the arms. I want to try to make this. That's what I want to do. Wait for it. Banana. Banana. How's the chopstick progress going? Well, I got a pretty good bearing design figured out, Kem. Yeah. And it took me 4 hours to make them. But yeah, it's not bad, dude. Yeah, not bad at all. I'm just thinking about how we're going to make the other bearings. Okay. I'm going to use a Kerbal trick to do this. Here's the trick that we're going to do. I can make the arms. We can make the arms and make it all nice. Make it look nice, but I'll do that later. Here's a trick in KSP. You really won't, your parts are going to sag like crazy. Here's what you do. I need basically a thing out here, just like the SRB is holding that bearing together. I need that over here and over here, but on the real design, they aren't connected to each other. So that means I need 1, 2, 3, and 4 carriers for each bearing. So here's our carrier pieces right here, and I'm just going to move them into position. Yep. And now there's an imaginary strut that holds that together. That should help with deflection. Should. Maybe. Think RTLS will be precise enough. I can get it precise enough. Yeah, sure. Why not? I was landing Condor 9 routinely, Mason, back onto the pad. I'm not worried about that, to be honest with you. I could catch something. I don't know if I could catch a Starship. Possibly. It's possible.
Do my eyes deceive me, KSP?
No, they do not. What's up, Geek?
KSP, no hat? What channel is this? Yeah, I don't know.
Now, check this out. See how I move these into position? I'm still going to put the arms there. This piece is connected to the SRB. And it has an imaginary strut. But what I'm also going to do is add a physical connection. And then I'm going to strut that to that. Double reinforce it so it won't move. We can do this. You can cheat like this, and well, not cheat, but you can make up for the fact that the parts are kind of flimsy in KSP sometimes. Now, what we need to do is just make 2, 4, 6, 8 of these bearings. I need to manufacture 8 more. If you're wondering why I need to manufacture this bearing every time, it's because the strut doesn't, if I try to copy it, the strut doesn't run correctly. And if it doesn't run correctly, each bearing will be slightly different. And I don't want that. All these things need to be exactly the same. We're talking about being able to lift up like 300 tons with this thing. That everything has to be perfect. It like, there's a point where you just, the tolerances get so fine that everything has to be done exactly to a T, or else it won't work. It must be green, okay? So I have this is the linear bearing here, and this is as far into the linear bearings construction that I could get before we had to start moving struts around. So we need 2, 4, 6, 8 of these. Ready? Nope. Got to make sure you set to 1x symmetry. You don't want to screw it up. 1. Nope, don't copy that. Don't copy that, floppy. 2. Oh, I only have room for 3. No, put another one down here. All right. So, we need to do this first. Adjust that strut. Adjust that strut. Adjust that strut. Adjust that strut. Okay. Go down the list. Then now we need to adjust that one just a little bit. It should just knock it into position. Just a quick absolute snap. Camera sometimes tweaks out after I do an operation here. Okay. Now the next operation is to move the struts. Trust me. I can't just copy it. Every one of these has to be handmade, or else sometimes I notice that sometimes when you copy stuff off in symmetry, there's float point errors that happen, so it's not like it's not exactly symmetrical. I'm sure anybody that's played KSP knows what I'm talking about. Sometimes you copy it and it doesn't copy right. So just remember, don't copy that floppy. Make it yourself. Wait. No. That didn't sound right. Move that into position. Okay, now these should go in 3 ticks. Okay. Next operation is moving this 3 ticks, these bearings 3 ticks this way. It was 4, but I changed the master model around, so it's 3 and 3, not 3 and 4. Okay, now we got 4 good bearings. Don't copy the floppy. Did you just date yourself? Yeah. No, I'm not dating myself. I'm dating Primo. Oh. It didn't run the strut right. Oh, yeah. I would have had to attach these to the carrier assemblies. I'll take. Make more work for yourself for 300, Alex. So that means these prototypes need to go here. Here. Oh, no, don't copy. Don't copy it. Even copying a copy. It breaks down over time. The genetic structure's breaking down, Frylock. It needs to be analyzed at the Camaro dealership. The genetic structure's breaking down. I cannot tell a lie. You are holding it backwards. Because these aren't all next to each other, I'm just gonna... You know, I'm thinking we can eliminate that operation moving those back struts, but you know what? No. Let's make sure that every bearing is the same. So take this. 1, 2, 3. Just remember 007. 3 clicks, arms the 4-second fuse. Another 3, disarms it. Now, 007, do please try and return some of this equipment in pristine order. Don't touch that! It's my lunch! You ain't dating. Blink twice if you need help. Huh? Oh, yeah. Nice. Music. Lowrider. Lowrider. Lowrider, Donnie. They all say the pen was mightier than the sword. Thanks to me, they were right. Now let's ask Freddy here to demonstrate, Tessa. There we are. Sorry about this, Fred. 1, 2, 3. Don't say it. BMW, agile, 5 forward gears, buckled notch, self-destruct system, and natural. All the usual refinements. Now this one, 007, I'm particularly proud of. Behind the headlights, Stinger missiles. Excellent.
Go at throttle up.
Great from a hard day winding out of... No, what does he say? Great for Winding down from a hard day at the office. Mates, I remind you, 007, that you have a license to kill, not to break the traffic laws. I wouldn't think of it. Good. Now let's move on to more practical matters. I love that movie, dude. I watched it the other day. It still holds up. It's so good. Yes, I am invincible! Was it good for you too? I'm getting some coffee. Rip Arecibo. Well, Pythos, the reason why Arecibo collapsed is because a Russian arms dealing group headed by Alliance Cossack tried to use it to set off a nuclear pulse device in the upper atmosphere. That's the reason why it collapsed. It didn't... You were led to believe... You were led to believe that the reason why it collapsed was because of metal fatigue. No, no. No, no. Reality is, some dingbat from MI6 jammed a pipe inside of its moving mechanism. That's why it collapsed. True story. I saw it. It's in the movie, so it must be true. They started SN20 testing. Oh, joy. Oh, joy. Daniel Craig's better than Pierce Brosnan. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, The Weekend. So what you're saying is the collapse of Arecibo was for England, James? No, for me. Ah! How did he survive that? Speak to me! The fact that, dude, I love it. The fact that the thing falls on him is just like, oh, here. Well, you're already, now you're in extreme pain. Here, enjoy this very gruesome death. Nothing. This is a lovely house of death. Take care now. Bye bye then. Are they really cryo testing right next to the pad? Wait, really? Nazar spaceflight. You gonna be alright? Oh, okay. Everything's fine here. Situation normal. I agree, Joe. It's magical. Magical movie, dude. Goldfinger? Goldfinger's a good movie. Okay, 4 more. Yeah, Sean Connery's my favorite. You expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Alright, hold off on the movie quotes for a second, dudes. I was making some mistakes with the alignment. Give me 1 second. Okay, that bearing is in position. Or, well, it's not in position. I'm getting it into position now. GoldenEye is God tier, on par with Casino Royale. Casino Royale was, yeah, that was a thing. But I think GoldenEye is awesome for not being an Ian Fleming story. That GoldenEye is not an original Bond story by Ian Fleming, which is that, and it's amazing. Like, somebody emulated his style so well that, you know, when I tell people that, people go, wait, what? That wasn't an original Bond plot, which is crazy to me. But it's such a good movie. It's one of the best Bond movies. I love GoldenEye, dude. They broke the mold when they made that thing, dude. Dr. No is amazing. Dr. No, Thunderball, You Only Live Twice, amazing movies. I love all the Connery movies. But I'll admit, GoldenEye was my first Bond movie. That was the first Bond movie I ever saw. And then I said, oh, this movie was sick. Wait, there's more of those? Oh boy, I got a lot of work to do. Tessa, what's the one with the Vulcan in it? I like the one with the Vulcan in it. I think it's You Only Live Twice. Or, no, Thunderball, Thunderball. Thunderball's the one with the Vulcan. Avro Vulcan, which is awesome. For England? No. For me. Ah! You sit on it, but you can't take it with you. Chair. Yay, KSP! Yep. Tomorrow Never Dies. It's a good flick, dude. I think GoldenEye was the best Pierce Brosnan film, to be honest with you. It was the best one. Doesn't get better than that one, dude. Anyway, you guys are wondering what I'm doing in KSP? I'm making linear bearings right now. Linear bearings for the chopsticks. There's a problem, though. I'm going to have to remake them. This whole thing is going to have to get remade in a better craft file, but this, whatever, it's good to prototype. The chief of computers will call me a genius, move me to Moscow, and give me $1 million hard currency. Heh, I think not. Besides, Pythos, the Americans are slugheads. They will never detect me. And then at the U.S. Department of Justice, do you know what will happen if they trace it here? Slappers only? Nice. Nice, Clayton. There you go. Did the poison scene? Yeah. The poison scene in Crank was better. If you want my honest opinion. Is this freaking Chelios? Is this freaking Chelios? You're supposed to be dead! Amazing movie. Spike them! No way! Spike them! Alright, what's the password? I'm not going to tell you. You sit on it, but you can't take it with you. Perfect Dark? The game, though, not the movie. At least I don't think. Is that a sequel to the movie as well? Alright guys, all the bearings are in position. And each one of these were handmade. These screws with Boris Grishenko. Spike them. Where spike them? Wait, this is in mirror. That's in 2x mirror, so I should be able to just... Yep. Let's just do one strut for now. We'll see how that works. I didn't watch Skyfall. Never seen it. Not because I don't want it. Just no time. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Robbie Coltrane. Free market economy will be the end of me. Water PPK, 7.65 millimeter. Only 3 men I know use such a gun. I believe I've killed 2 of them. Lucky me. I think not. Tessa, that whole scene is awesome. My knee aches every single day. Twice as bad within this cold. Do you have any idea how long the winter lasts in this country, Mr. Bond? Tell him, Dimitri, it's to pick your silence! So funny, dude. Alright, ready? Und... Huh. Huh. He's a bigger non-engineering than you are. Yeah. Okay. I like what I see. Nuclear option time. That's not going anywhere. That's not going anywhere. Say it with me. That's not going anywhere. You ready for the fun part? Because this is the fun part. Alright, so I'm going to take my master prototype and I'm just going to put it over there. Okay. Well, let's hit the road. How much is this? How much tonnage are we putting out on the end of this thing? 81 tons, right? Yeah, 81 tons. Let's do it. She's gonna bind. There's no way this thing isn't gonna bind up. I have a feeling. I don't... I mean, we'll try. We'll try. They're not powered. Nope. They're just for guides. They don't need to be powered. Even if they were. The whole point of those things is to not make friction. They would need friction if I was going to use them for powered movement. Don't you think? "15 seconds, would you do this?" I've done that on stream. I drank oil on stream. I needed to know if it was dirty or not. Tessa, where were you? Okay, static mass test. You guys ready? See what happens. Good stretch. I don't know, man. I may have not gotten the measurement right of putting that tank. It might not be in the right spot. It might explode when we put this thing out on the map. It's possible. I tasted it. Like, give it a little taste. You had to. That's how you tell if it's dirty or not. You don't need to do that. I did it as a joke. Oh. Well, that's pretty neat. Okay. The hydraulics are stretching. You gotta wait for them to not stretch. That's why we should have all of these powered. Come on, baby. You can do it. He wants to. Come on. Not strong enough. This thing has 800 kilonewtons. That one piston by itself, 800 kilonewtons. And I just did 80 tons, which is just the mass of the tank, let alone anything else over here, and it's 1.01 TWR. Can't pick it up because the hydraulic isn't strong enough. That's all. Easy to fix. What does the 0 do in the TWR formula? Initial mass. How heavy is the thing that you're moving? Yeah, initial mass, dude. If I just get all the pistons to work all at once, then it'll be a lot stronger. Nah, test it this way is fine. Okay, let's see what she does. How's that going up in space? It's a launch pad. It doesn't. Or at least part of one. Ah, okay, I'm just in the channel. I didn't know. No problem, Moo. Yeah, rings, that's what they're supposed to be. I'm doing a mass test here. I have 80 tons of fun hanging off the end of this thing. Let's see, if we use all the hydraulics, does it lift it? It's bending. Still bending. I've had launch pads get shot off into space before. It was not a preferable result, and I'll tell you that. Okay. I don't think that should be pivoting. Alright, let's lock that motor into position. See what happens now. Yeah, see the deflection that we're getting? This whole thing is bending again. Honestly, for what it is, it's not that much deflection, but I don't think we're actually picking this thing up. Let me see what happens if I shut that off. What does it do? Yeah, it's too heavy. Alright. What about a push-pull design from the crane? Push-pull is needless complication, twitching when you think about it. If it's not strong enough to pull it up, why don't I just add more to pull? I can use gravity in my advantage to keep everything plumb. Like... Alright, I'm giving us the nuclear option here. I think an overclock, like what you were saying, Tessa, would be good. Force limiter. I want to just set this to something ridiculous. Like, okay, 239%. So 800 times 239. No, that's not right. 2.39 should give you... Yeah, that should give us what we're looking for. I just want to make sure that it's not... That it's a hydraulic strength problem and not a bending problem. This is basically going to make the hydraulics more powerful. 2.39% or 239% more powerful. But they will use more electrical charge. So, gotta be careful. Nah, screw that, Tessa. I want this thing to work. The other thing is that this thing... Honestly, that I'm pretty sure that shouldn't be there. Let me look at SpaceX's again. Oh yeah, she's... Yeah, no, that is on a hinge. But, yeah. Well, actually, I don't know. That could just be a link. Let's test it. Let's see what she does. You know what we'll do? I'll take this and we'll lock it right out of the gates. Set its damping to nothing. And I'll go 4x symmetry right here. And we'll 4x sim strut right to the hydraulic. Because I don't want to detach this. If I detach this, it's going to undo the struts on all my bearings because they're downstream in the hierarchy. So I don't want to do that. So this is basically just bypassing that hinge. It's not going to do anything anymore. At least it shouldn't. I think that's where our deflection is coming from. I didn't see this whole thing bending at all. I saw the whole carriage bending. And I think it's because of that. Something like that, Tessa, yeah. Photon torpedoes. Indeed. Alright. After this, let's see if I was right. After this, I'm gonna jump back. We'll jump back and do space news. It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock. How much memory is KSP using right now? Huh. Okay. 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 Why is my throttle just constantly going down? That's strange. I don't have anything else plugged in here. See the throttle? It's constantly like control is. Oh, the control key got stuck because I checked memory. Interesting. All right. Well, here we go. Ready? Get up there. Yeah, come on. Oops, I forgot to set the cow controller. Hey, Horizon Side, thanks for the raid, man. Whoa, dude. Damn. You guys know Horizon Sci. You guys if you like the STEM content that I do, Horizon Sci does the actual STEM stuff on stream. I'm edutainment. He's actual education. Go check that stuff out. Pretty awesome. What was Horizon Sci up to today? If anybody's here from the Horizon Sci Raiders. Alright, let's try this without stressing the thing out. Pretty good, man. The bearings are binding, just as I thought. They're binding a little bit, but they aren't binding anywhere near as much as I thought they would. Yeah, see, look at that. See the deflection right there? Yeah, it's probably not too happy with that. Not bad, though. That's what I thought. I thought that this thing was binding up somewhere and that was causing the hydraulics to not work correctly. But no, it's just that they weren't powerful enough to move that. Now they're powerful enough. That's pretty freaking good considering the moment that has over this design. We're getting deflection. The bearings are bending just a little bit, but it's not bad. That tank is full, Viscous. Yeah, the tank is full. Horizon Sci was reviewing algebra. Thanks, Napfin. Cool. Wow, that is a lot of bending. Damn. No, it's bigger than an orange tank. That's 80 tons, dude. Yeah, we're getting a couple of degrees of deflection here. Just a couple, though. It's really not bad. Oh, looks like the front bearings popped. It popped out on one side. We got to set her down. I wonder if it was like that through the whole test because I snapped it into position. Interesting. I found that some of the leaning can be counteracted with the support hammer underneath the arms. Yes. Not bad. With a bit of ballast on the rear bearings would clear like 800. Yeah, I'm not doing that. SpaceX didn't do that, Tessa. I want to figure out why. I want to figure out how that thing can hold itself up without binding. That's not a good solution. I don't think. I don't want to add weight to the back of this thing to make up for the fact that I didn't engineer these bearings right. That's a band-aid fix. I don't want to do that, man. Okay, nuclear option time. Up and down translation. Set it to maximum. Deflector shields up at maximum. Ready? Okay. Yeah, it didn't like that. Yeah, it didn't like that at all. Cool. Nuclear option, got explosions. Good test. All right, guys. Want to do some space news? I think part of the reason why we're getting so much deflection is just because of the way the tank is attached. The tank is just radially attached to this, which means that there's only one point of connection, the attachment connection, and that's it. If we had this thing supported on chopsticks, right? And the chopsticks were transferring the load top and bottom equally, like over a longer distance here, it wouldn't deflect as much. I honestly think it's just deflecting because of this. For before space. Let me see. Yeah, it's cool looking, isn't it? Selfish, yeah. Should we do a longer space news tomorrow? Nah, people need their news fix, Water. Here. How about we do something like this? Something to emulate the load that would be transferred via the chopsticks. See if that changes anything. Because we were getting a pretty hefty amount of deflection on these things. Yeah, it was pretty nasty. These ones I saw had the most problems. I'm almost wondering if doing this is a good idea. But then again, you know what? We shouldn't change too many things at once. Let's try it one last time and then we do space news, okay? Give me the cash. Yeah, come on, no, give me the cash. Give me the cash. Yeah, give me the cash. Is that a Z140? Alleviated titanium. New Charge Assault model. Yeah? Lucky for me, it's not loaded. What do you mean it's not loaded? Well, you gotta push a little yellow button to load it. That's a very dangerous gun. You don't mind if I hold on to it for a little while, do you? No! Take it! I don't need it! It's a very nice hat. You like that? Dang it, what is that movie from? The Fifth Element, the supreme being sent to Earth to save the universe. Alright, let's see what happens with this. Ready? Oops. Oh, that's disconnect. I meant to hit aim camera, but whatever, it's fine. Just quite getting a little bit hefty deflection there, mate. Yeah. What's your opinion on this electric car? Can you see the inspiration? That's kind of neat. I like the retro styling. That's really cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool, Midget. For yeah, you know, Hyundai notwithstanding, that's really neat. Is this thing deflecting at all? It is. Yep. That definitely makes the deflection worse. Okay. Yeah, so that was causing the problem and that was causing the problem. Other than that, yeah, there is still a little bit. We still got to weed out a couple more things. I said that the tolerances for this bearing design were not good. They were close, but they weren't exact. But we're also... These things also drift. They don't drift, they bend. The axles bend, which is what I was trying to overcome by strutting these together. I'm not sure if we need more. You thought the nuclear option was funny? What, doing this? I didn't set it to 300% movement that time. Yeah, it's broken. I extended it too much. All right, cool. Not bad. Not bad. I still think it needs more mass on the back end, boss. As I said before, KSP parts are too light to create a chopstick carrier. Yeah, as I said before, no, I'm good. Yeah, no. I'll figure out another way. Yeah, I can secure these a little bit better, and we can take more parts out of the design. But yeah, that was working pretty good, man. It didn't really deflect too much. I mean, Tessa, no, it's no doubt that your design would probably work. But what happens when we don't have a load over here? Then it's going to bind the other way. Why would you do that? You wouldn't. You know? You have a dynamic load here, and if you're counterweighting it, you need a dynamic load over here. That's not what this thing is designed to do. I don't really want to do that. EJ finds a way. Wheels are on springs, firework. That's not a good idea.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, messed you. How does this thing work? It's just motors gripping the I-beams? Pretty much. I mean, Tessa, before I put weight on the back, I would rather do what other people are saying and just push from the bottom. But that's, I mean, it's not a complicated, particularly complicated Cal thing to do, but yeah. The heads of the motors have... It's not perfectly round, Jonas, no. Not perfect. It's like flat edges, you know? Alright, guys. Ugh. Yeah. Not bad. Seriously, that's not bad at all. The real question is, how the heck do we make a quick disconnect arm? And how do we make it go all the way around? The QD needs to look something like this. Here. Here's how SpaceX quick disconnect freaking works. Ready? Literally that shape. Boga Chicken chopsticks. It's just the carriage. Didn't even really get to the chopsticks yet. But yeah, that's what the quick disconnect arm does. It's crazy. How did they get the carriage to go around the quick disconnect? Just like that. You see what I did, Firework? Just like that. All right. They just move it out of the way. All right. We'll revisit this in a moment. Okay. I'll be back in a sec, guys. I'm just going to grab a bite. Grab a quick bite to eat. And, yeah, when I get back, we'll do some space news. I tell you what. You guys want to work on this again tomorrow? I don't have anything scheduled in the morning to do I? One GTA 5 track. I farmed it out. Callie and Racing Pro are working on it, John. So it'll get done. And Icarus for After Hours? No. Nah. What's tomorrow? What's today? Today's Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. I don't know. I haven't thought that far. Enjoyed seeing it being made. Yeah, I bet you did. I mean, John, you understand that dude, you can't do that to me, man. Hold on a second. You told me the other day that you want to drive the track. So I took that as you want to see it finished. All right? So I asked Callie and Racing Pro to work on it because you said you wanted to see it finished. I didn't have to do that. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to volunteer their time. But now it's you want to see it get made? Which one is it, dude? Like, I made plans and I asked people to do things based off of what you said. So you gotta tell me what you need and I'll do it. But you can't say I want this and then I say, okay, here, I'm doing this. And you say, no, that's not what I want. Well, I do want to drive a track you make. Okay. Okay. Alright. I farmed it out to Callie and Racing Pro, dude. They'll work on it because I don't want it to fall to the wayside. It's too much, not too much stuff. Like, that's not the right way to say it, but it just takes too long to build a stupid thing. I don't really have the patience in other editors and other things like what I do with space, so I don't know. Hey, Neon. Just wanted to say you're cool. Oh, thanks. I'm sorry. In my mind, saying I wanted it to drive meant it was to encourage you to work on it more. Oh, alright. Yeah, I guess I understand that. Well, I'll see what I can do. Okay? Like, I've been kind of not wanting to force the issue on anything lately, But, yeah. Alright. I'm going to take a quick break, guys. It's already kind of late. I don't want space news cutting into my summer car. So, there is a good amount of stuff. There is a good amount of stuff. Starship SN20 is doing some kind of cryo test right now, for what it's worth. I don't need that. I don't need the systems engineer.